Hey guys, I don't know if anybody's here, but I just wanted to see Zeke join a treat, buddy. How is everybody? I'm a little early. Okay, here, buddy. No, you're shy. He's camera shy. Watch, when I take him off, he'll want some. He must not like to eat on camera. Look up, say hi to everybody. Come on, say hi. Say hi to everybody, buddy. How is everybody? I can't wait to order some new merch. I got to talk to you about that. So, I put out the original merch, and then I decided I wanted to change some of the text. So, like last week, I put like 3 different choices for some of the text because there's so many options with shirts, hoodies. Not this, but my new ones, the Zeke ones with Zeke on it. There's so many different options of shirts and hoodies. So on different ones, I put different texts. So you kind of had a choice of like different text in a different color of like where it says Zeke and Justice. I waited a week, contacted Teespring, nothing. It didn't change. It didn't update. So when you look at it now, you'll see the old stuff. So I redid it again today. So it should take about 3 days. And then you'll have a few different options with the text. I picked up some that I thought maybe would look better than the original ones that I had. I mean, I have some of those too, the original text ones with Zeke, but you'll have a couple different options basically. And make sure you look at the back when you look at it because it has paw prints on the back with 2 magnifying glasses with like a thumbprint. So the back is cool. I even have pants that has like paw prints all up and down them. It's cute. Travel mug, coffee mug. I can't wait to order them, but I'm going to wait for it to update. And I asked Teespring about tie-dyes, and she said, no, we don't have them, but that's an excellent idea. I'm going to pass the request down. So I don't know how many people it'll take requesting them to actually do it, but I thought that was pretty cool. Cause she's like, oh no, but that's a really good idea. I'll let everybody know, or I'll pass it down, or I forget the word she used, but basically she's going to let the right person know. So how awesome if they do end up getting tie-dyes. It probably won't be right away. I mean, since I just made the request, but I don't know. We'll see. I will definitely keep you guys updated because I'll be ordering them like crazy. I was like, a lot of my viewers requested them. I would love them because I wear tie-dye a lot on my videos. And so, yeah, good idea about, requesting them because maybe something will happen. We're going to do this transcripts. We're going to do it till around 11 o'clock tonight. And then after that, I have another live I want to do. It's a Watts live, but there's just something I want to talk about the Watts case. We'll do this till 11, continuing the transcripts. We definitely won't finish them, but we're going to continue them. And then we will, then I'll start a new live and I'll do my Watts live. Hey, buddy, here. So that's the plan. I was all out of breath. I've been walking too. I shouldn't be this out of shape. I think it's like a mixture of walking up the stairs in a hurry with Zeke and then being like, it's not like I'm nervous for the lives, but right before I start a live, you always get kind of that anticipation where your heart like starts to beat a little faster and the adrenaline gets pumping or whatever. So it's like a mixture of I'm carrying them up. I'm on the way to start a live and that kind of adrenaline type nerves, and then holding him, and I'm always out of breath. But I have been walking. I'm getting in shape, huh? I'm trying to get in shape. And another thing is I was on some random I don't want to say random, but I was on another channel that I've never been on before. Actually, Jessica, it's the channel. I don't know if you're in here, but it's the channel that you requested me to take a look at. And I was looking at the live, and the creator nobody really said anything bad, but they were talking about the one girl that was in it was talking about an unpleasant experience that she had in the chat, not because of me, but because of some of these people that have kind of been causing trouble. And I was trying to remain lenient and open-minded and saying, just warning them and just letting them stay. And then there was there's 2 different lives. People were saying they had unpleasant experiences and people emailed me just about these people being mean to them in the chat. So I'm not going to put up with it anymore. I gave you guys warnings. And it's only a few people. You know who I'm talking to, not everybody. But I've given them multiple warnings, and I don't want everybody else's experience to be bad because of a few people. And it has nothing to do with the side I'm taking or my opinion. They happen to think she's guilty, the people that's causing troubles, but that has nothing to do with why I'm not going to put up with it anymore. It has nothing to do with their opinion. It only has to do with the way that they're interacting with people and calling them stupid, and just the way they're going about it. They're causing unpleasant experiences for some of the viewers. So this is your last warning, guys. If you can't be respectful and nice, then they're going to have to kick you out. And I hate doing that, but I don't want everybody else to feel like they don't want to come because they're having a bad time, an unpleasant experience because of a few people. There's only a few people that's causing it. So, okay. Anyway, what time am I? Right now. The transcripts is right now. I promised I showed Zeke. It's right now. I'm still waiting for Bella Lugosi. We got Libra Skills in the background. Bella should be popping in here. So probably like 5 minutes, probably like 8, because I told her 8. So I'm guessing around 8 in 5 minutes. That's why I started a little early. So Zeke could say hi. I mean, he's always so anxious. He comes across like he doesn't like me, but he does. He loves me. He just doesn't like being right here on the camera, I feel like. I think he gets shy. He's so antsy. But he does. We're best buds, aren't we? We're best buds. I've been cuddling with him a lot lately. Why are you crying, buddy? Okay. You're embarrassing me. I'm just joking. I'm joking. But you're making it look like you hate me or something. You know you love me, Zeke. Hey, look up there. Look up there. Zeke, up here. Yeah. Look. Yeah. I can't wait to wear his hoodies. Oh, I can't wait. I haven't done the one with me and him yet. But yeah, we'll start as soon as Bella gets here, guys. I'm just waiting for one more person to read. Maybe I'll take him down now, and then by the time I get back up, she'll be here. You want to go down? I'll bring the treats. Okay. All right, guys. I'll be back. I'm going to take him down right now because he's getting antsy. I'll be back in 1 second. It's a tight squeeze in here. Okay, Bubba. Let me get these treats. Oh, wow. All right. All right. All right. Let's do this. All right, guys. Oh, let me. Okay. All right. I don't know, guys. He acts like he always doesn't want to be with me when I'm here, but that's not how he really is. I just think I don't know, something about when I bring him up here on this. I don't think he's comfortable on this chair, and then I think he realizes he's on camera. He sees it because he does see the TV, guys. Oh, Bella's still not here. He sees it because on the TV downstairs, anytime there's an animal or a dog, he pops his head and he'll go up and bark at it, and he follows it. Like, he's so little, and the TV kind of says hi, so he's on his hind legs and he follows it back and forth. So he does watch it. He watches TV a lot, actually. My other Rocky, he acted like he couldn't see it. I mean, I know most of them probably can see it, right? If one can, most of them, I'm sure. But Rocky acted like he just looked right through it. But Zeke, he watches. There's this commercial that Zeke hates. It's this black duck that comes on, and he knows ahead of time before it comes on, and you'll see him like going, and all of a sudden and then it's the black duck, but he knows like the sound of it before, and he jumps down, and it's like, I forget what it's for, but it's like it's black duck. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but all right. So I think we got everybody here, guys. Let me let him up. I'm gonna do this. Okay. Anyway,
Hi, guys.
Oh yeah, Soul for Music. Hey, Bella and Libra, how are you?
Hello, we're good.
Good, good. You guys ready? This is gonna be I don't know. I know next there's a gag order that's only like a couple pages we're gonna read through, and then the next witness is Patrick DeLon. So I guess we'll see, because I still haven't read it ahead of time. This is all new as we're reading it. Have you guys looked at it ahead of time or no?
Not the
Is
gag
that
order,
my
no.
Wi-Fi being choppy?
What's that? No, I think you said sound and choppy. I think everybody sounds good. I think. What do you guys think?
Is my Wi-Fi being... I don't know if my Wi-Fi is being like completely...
I want to see if my fan. No, is that mine though?
It might be mine because there's a heck of a storm here.
Oh, okay. It almost sounds like wind. Okay, it'll be all right. It's not that. It's only when we're completely silent that I could hear it, so I think we'll be all right. Let me just say hi to a couple of people: Cherry, Bobby, Cement Shoes, Soul for Music, Mesera, Jessica, Curious Q. We are going to hurry up and start actually soon because Libra.
I can go actually a little bit longer tonight because we're going to leave a little bit later in the morning.
Okay, that's fine though, because I want to do I have another live I want to do anyway, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, so the honeymoon, you just got married?
Yeah, well, we got married at the end of October, but because of the whole pandemic situation, in my husband's work schedule, because he works driving, hauling trucks in cars for Carvana, so we really didn't get to take that time for our honeymoon. And so now it's a little bit nicer. There's things opening up. And one of the things that I really wanted to do was I like doing paranormal hunts. I have all my ghost hunting equipment. And so they finally have opened up the tours at Waverly Sanatorium. So we're going to get to go on a 6-hour paranormal ghost hunt.
So, oh my God, I'm jealous.
For like
congratulations on your wedding and honeymoon.
Thank you.
Awesome. So, that's where you're going on your honeymoon right now? Is the tour, or where are you going tomorrow?
We're gonna go to Kentucky. Where's Louisville, Kentucky, and then Waverly Sanatorium. I guess it's not too far from there, so we're gonna drive to Waverly Sanatorium, and then we're just kind of gonna check out the sites and see what there is there. So, what? Yeah, and hopefully in a brand new car, because we just went and looked at a brand new car today. So we're trying to get it all straightened out.
Nice. I'm excited for you. Take some videos and stuff.
Definitely. I want to take some videos. The only thing that sucks is like if you go on just like the regular paranormal tour, they don't allow recording devices or anything like that in there. But I think it might be different with the 6-hour paranormal investigation. So I'm hoping, because I'd love to record it. So I'm hoping that's
yeah.
What equipment did you get? Like an SLS and like a spirit box and stuff?
Yeah, I have a PSB7. I have the SLS stuff. I have one of those REM pods that you can set down and it changes the different colors to indicate like where they're touching it at. Like I've got so much stuff, it's unreal. I've got like a whole little ghost hunting kit. So
that's so awesome.
Well, you'll have to let us know. Well, next transcript reading, you'll have to let us know how it went.
Well, definitely. I want to take video, and then maybe I can just record the video to
you.
You watch it. And
that'd be awesome. Let me know. Keep me updated for real.
Definitely.
Stuff shows. Okay. Oh, sorry, I was just reading some. Okay, yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so how long are you gonna be gone? Just for the weekend?
We are gonna be gone until Wednesday.
Wednesday, okay.
Yeah, we'll be back on Wednesday.
That's cool. A full week.
Yeah. Yeah, and it gets my husband. He works so many hours. I mean, he works 6 days a week. 16 hours a day. So his schedule is really deep, really hectic, and so. He's kind of like, I'm tired, I'm wore out, and burnt out on work, and they gave him a whole week off. So why not?
Heck yeah, you need it, man. I mean, it's probably well deserved and needed. So
absolutely. Absolutely. He's a good, hardworking man, and he deserves that time away from there too, and just
That's
kind of
right.
reset.
I'm sure
So.
you do too. I'm sure you deserve it too. But I'm sure both of you probably are well overdue.
Yeah.
I'm sure. But all
Yeah.
right, cool. Okay, so same setup. Then you're gonna do the. Is that cool? Like same people. Like you do the witnesses, Bella and Libra. You do the prosecution, and I do the defense. Okay.
Yeah.
Sound good. All right. Okay. So the gag order one, it looks like it's probably just going to be. You'll probably have a little break, but Bella, but it's only like a page and a half, so it's just going to take a couple of minutes. But we might as well read it. Okay. So let me share my screen real quick.
Do you want me to be the court in the gag order?
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Let me see how it's set up. Court. Yeah, definitely. And then when you're not on. When whoever's like not on it and they're not try to mute it as much as possible because it takes down like background noises, and so yeah, let's start this. Thanks for coming. Thanks for doing it again.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much. I enjoy it, so I'm happy about it.
Yeah, it's like a soap opera.
Yeah,
it is.
And I keep learning so much more about this case because I keep diving, and I don't know if you've got the last couple emails that I sent you with like little treasure troves inside of it, Tiff. But oh my goodness.
Just the way you mean the last few, no, I think I'm still back trying to catch up on all the other videos, but I have been watching some of those links, a lot of those links.
I'll tell you what was so interesting is like the little treasure trove was, I stumbled on the news footage. Like there's a whole library with like original news footage from when this whole thing first started, from when the incident happened all the way throughout trial, at the end of trial. And what I thought was very interesting was, the prosecution went through this whole ordeal and they're like, she's guilty, she's this and this and this. I came upon a news clip that they had done an interview with a local news station, and they were saying that some of the forensic evidence actually pointed toward that Darlie may be telling the truth. And some of it may be like exactly the way that she said happened. And then the news clip had also said that only her blood was found on the t-shirt. And so I thought it was really interesting because there was also a like legal documents typed up from the prosecution supporting it too. So I sent it to you and I was like, wow, this is like,
is it a video or is it just an article?
It's a news video, like an actual news video. There was also another one that I found that when they were talking about the screen being cut, they were able to I don't think it was ever presented, but they were talking about that there were fingerprints and a palm print found on that window too, and that was part of one of the news clips too. So I just thought that it was really interesting.
It definitely is. I'm looking forward to watching that. That's what I'm saying. When people come around and say, no, it's this, they have to remember you're going from one side and there's lies on both sides probably. And you're believing one side and we're believing the other. So you can't say somebody's wrong for sure and you're right for sure. That's what I was trying to tell people. You can't say, no, you're an idiot, you're wrong. No, you might be wrong. You don't know. Were you there? I mean, how do you know? Nobody knows unless they were there. And freaking law enforcement and prosecution, they lie. They're not perfect. They do shady things too. So what you're saying, I mean, I believe it.
Absolutely. I just thought when I come across those, I was like, that is so interesting to me. You know what I mean? And then there was somebody else who's been doing a podcast on this that I was going to send you privately, who has a lot of information, who's actually in touch with Darlie personally.
Oh, you're the one that sent it. I thought that was Jessica.
No, that wasn't me that sent it. I think that she had the same idea that I did because I've been watching this guy too.
I tried to reach out to him to see if he wanted to come on because he was talking about, he never said my name, but he said a new person covenant. And then I went in the live chat and they were talking about me. Okay. And the one girl had a bad experience that, I'm not going to name names, but one of the persons said, I had a really unpleasant experience experience on that channel from the
Well,
chat because people are being rude. And that's why I was like, I'm not putting up with it anymore, guys. Mods, if somebody's being rude, they're gone for now, and then they could contact me and we could work it out because I'm not doing it. I gave you guys so many warnings, some of these people, and it's just sad that these people are having unpleasant experiences. Go ahead, Lyra. Sorry.
Yeah, no, and another thing is what I was going to tell you too is I found a Facebook group where they are literally talking about what's going on in this group. They're literally like taking people by their screen names, they're doxing them. They're planning on coming in here and like bombing. Yeah, they're totally coming on in here and bombing the chat and causing an uproar. And yeah,
is it the pro Darlie side or the pro anti Darlie?
No, this is an anti Darlie. This is a
That's
no,
why
we're not
probably
for Darlie. And I think it's just ridiculous. There should be absolutely no reason they should even think that they should be allowed to come in here and dox anybody for what they're learning, what they're believing. Everybody has a right to their own opinion. And they literally. And
I gave them plenty of warnings. I've warned them every time, and they're not listening. So I think I gave them plenty of warnings. So mods, you got to do what you got to do. If they're doing it, get them out of here. I mean, block them right now. Block.
Yeah, and I'll forward the page to you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
But I've been keeping an eye on it myself.
Oh man.
Yeah, there's so many like opposing views, and I was doing my deep dive too. We've probably been both sending Tiff all these links, but like there, even now, there's even after all these years, there's obviously people that still believe, and they have evidence or, whatever the word is, that believe that she's absolutely innocent. So it's on both sides. So we got to cut each other slack, and we're all getting to know this case. And I like what we're doing. I think we're doing it really.
I think we're being pretty open-minded, and we're taking other people's opinions and stuff. We're not putting them down or anything. We had Kevin up. We were thinking, so that's what I wish the other side would be. And I don't want to call them the other side because but that's why I wish everybody was like that. Even if they had different opinions, why do they have to? But the world's not perfect, I guess. We're going to have it. But no, I think it's good. I like what we're doing too. We're going through the transcripts so everybody could see what happened at the trial. I think that's pretty awesome because most people aren't going to sit down and read through them, So I don't know. Yeah, I'm glad that you guys are here with me. And yeah, go ahead. Did I cut you off, Bella? I'm sorry.
No, I agree. 100%. You said it well. Yeah. We all have, and I think we've been, like you said, you've given everyone so many chances. Your chat is always so accommodating and nice and has a great vibe. So we'll just keep that going.
I hope, how is mods? Are you guys okay? How's everybody, do you feel like you're going to be all right? You're well equipped for, this chat. I want to see how many are in here real quick. Hold on one second. If there's enough that's in the chat. We have Lisa, Delana, Tennessee, Volsgal. We got 3. You think that's going to be enough for this? If now that I know that they're planning on coming in here, like maybe I should put somebody else that's it. Oh, K-Clo. We got K-Clo. Let's see. I don't know. Well, hold on one second. Let me see something. Let me ask K-Clo something and then we'll start, okay? I just want to see if
we're doing the deep dives. Libra's over there doing deep dives into Facebook groups too, huh?
Nice. That's nice. You guys, no, I'm glad you guys are sending me stuff. You, Libra, Bella, Libra, and then Jessica also has been sending me stuff, and I'm really glad. Because it helps. You guys been sending me some good stuff. Oh, thanks, Gator. All right, so let's okay, so if you feel like you need, okay, yeah, I think I am gonna make one more person a mod for right now. I'm just trying to think who I don't know who to make mod because I feel like 3. We might need one more for at least for this chat. What happened to Libra?
Do we lose her? Probably her Wi-Fi.
Well, yeah, Mesra, I could have Libra and Bella, but the only thing is they're going to be busy in chat reading. I need somebody in there right now then for this purpose because if they do come and bombard us, let me see here. If anybody thinks that they want to do it, who said that? Soul for Music. All right, Soulful Music. I'm going to make you one right now. And then we'll go from there. If we feel like more, let me know if somebody else wants to. Okay. All right. So welcome to the mod, Soulful Music. And then I'll see if maybe even somebody else. But let's start right now. And then,
Yeah. We'll wait for Libra.
oh, yeah, Libra. I forgot.
Is she in the waiting room in the backstage area?
Oh, yeah, she is. Okay. Oh, my God.
I'm here. I'm here.
Yay.
I was switching to a better headset that takes out all of the background noise. So.
Oh, nice. Okay, sweet. Yeah. Okay, so let's start on this. Wait, Jessica, wait, where does that Jessica go? Are you the Jessica that was up here, right? You're the one that sends me the emails, Jessica Lynn. Is that the same Jessica, real quick? Okay, so let's start here. I got my screen shared, so we're going to start with the gag order. So you'll be the court.
Okay.
Wow, so there's a lot of people that could potentially. Okay. Well, I'll check back after the gag order. Okay. So let's see. Hold on. Let me go back to this. Better start.
We good?
I should probably zoom in a little bit more, huh? Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
ready?
let me take that off the screen real quick. Okay, let's go.
All right. Let the record reflect that these proceedings are being held outside the presence of the jury and all parties in the trial are present.
It's my understanding there is a gag order in this case and that this applies to witnesses and potential witnesses.
That is correct.
My understanding was that yesterday and also this morning that witnesses that I would expect to be called by the defense, since they were sent out of the courtroom, when I asked that the rule be invoked as to all witnesses, that those witnesses have spoken with the press after testimony concluded yesterday. Darlie Routier and Darlie Key speaking about the testimony given by Dr. Santos and testimony presented by the state of Texas. My understanding was that Darlie Key, in fact, held a short news conference this morning, again discussing the nature of Dr. Santos' testimony, as well as the number of witnesses and the types of testimony that the defense expected to present in this case. Now, again, it was my understanding that we had a gag order. My recollection is that Darlie Key, in fact, was warned by this court in an earlier hearing concerning the gag order. The court made it very clear to her what the gag order meant to her.
Well, Judge, I don't think.
Just a minute.
Certainly no one is.
Just a minute. Anything else?
And also, again, I just need some ground rules on our comments to the media, too.
Well, both sides are under the gag order. If Miss Key has done this, we'll take that up.
Yes, sir. Just in particular, comments made by counsel to media after the conclusion of the testimony. I mean, if we're going to go into how this case is going and what we feel about the testimony, then certainly the state would like to put our position out there every day, too.
All right. Well, both sides are instructed not to discuss the case until it's over. It's just that simple.
Well, Judge, we understand that. But I think as I read the court's order, and I won't refer to it as a gag order because the court doesn't refer to it as a gag order. But as I understand the court's order, anyone, including the spectators here, are certainly free to comment on anything that went on in court. I mean, that's fair game. And if they want to give their interpretations, so be it. I mean, you know, I haven't come in here crying to anybody about anything. I'm probably the only one. Yeah, right. He is the one that came in. Oh, shoot. All right. Oh, that's me again. Well, for instance, I saw Dr. Santos on TV giving an interview myself.
Well, again, we don't have a problem. If we're allowed to comment on the case, then we're more than happy to do that. We just want to be on even footing here.
Well, you will be able to comment on the case and what goes on in the courtroom every day.
Okay, that's fine.
That's fine there.
We'll do that then.
Well, we'll deal with Miss Key later.
Judge, you know, she likewise is free to comment on anything that goes on in court and give her interpretation. I'm sure the reporters.
The court is aware of that. The court will.
Well, then I needn't waste any more time, Judge. We're ready to go.
Who's your first witness? All right. Bring the jury in, please.
Okay.
He's like so hard on the defense comparatively.
Oh, he is. Let me put my banner up. Patrick Stallon's next. Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right. Okay, so hold on, let me just make sure my mic is the right one. Yeah.
So Dr. Patrick Dillon is the surgeon that went in the ER, right? Is that right?
I don't know. I don't even know until, is it doctor? It doesn't say. Oh, it does say doctor. I forgot to put it on here. Hold on. Let me change it because that's important.
I believe he is one of the doctors from the Baylor
Doctor.
University Medical Center.
Yeah, it does
he
say
was the
doctor.
one.
I just forgot to put it. But okay, is he?
Because I
Yep.
think they were saying Dr. Santos was saying Dr. Lee, who was like the attending physician, like a student or something like that, and then the major dude I think was Dr. Dillon.
Okay.
Like the major like guy that was in there with Santos, Dr. Santos.
Okay. All right. Well, let's do this. Let me zoom in here. And all right, you guys ready?
Yes, ma'am. Are we ready?
Yep.
Red Day.
All right. Would you state your name, please?
Patrick Dillon.
And spell your last name for the court reporter.
Dillawn.
Okay, and how are you employed, sir?
I'm a resident at Baylor University Medical Center.
Okay, and could you tell the jury what a resident is?
A resident is a physician in training between medical school and private practice.
Okay, tell the jury where you're originally from, or where are you from originally?
I'm from Houston.
Okay, tell the jury your educational and professional training, which allows you to hold a position of a resident in training.
I did my undergraduate work at the University of Texas at Austin, and I went to medical school at the University of Texas at Houston. Graduated in 1993 and
Subsequently.
Thank you. Entered my residence at Baylor, which I'm continuing.
And how long have you been there at Baylor?
3.5 years.
Okay. Are you assigned to a particular section of the hospital?
We have different rotations of the hospital at Baylor and John Peter Smith Hospital.
Currently, where are you located? What section are you located in?
I'm currently a float resident, which means I cover people in between hospitals.
Okay, let me turn your attention back to June 6, 1996 and ask if you were working at Baylor on that day.
I was.
In the early morning hours?
Yes.
And what part of the hospital were you working in on that particular day?
We were on call that day and we're probably in the OR part of the time and the ER part of the time, working on the floors part of the time.
Okay, and did you perform surgeries there at Baylor?
Yes.
Okay, you were there with other doctors and supervising surgeons and things like that?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the ERO around 3:30 in the morning that day?
I don't remember specifically going. I remember we were there.
Okay, were you there when some victims came in from a stabbing incident?
Yes.
How many victims were coming in there at Baylor?
I think they initially mentioned possibly 2 children and an adult, and 1 child and an adult eventually came in.
Okay, did they give you some time that y'all could get prepared for what was coming?
No, they usually tell you we're coming and going to be around 6 minutes out, 10 minutes out. I don't specifically remember how long they said.
Okay, did you have a lot of doctors down there at that particular time?
Yes. The ER physicians were there and there were 4 people on our surgical team as well as Dr. Santos's staff by chance happened to be in the emergency room.
Was Dr. Santos supervising the supervising physician there?
Yes.
And about 3:30 or so, did 2 people arrive, the stabbing victim arrived there in the emergency room?
Yes, they did.
Did you see one of them right away?
Yes, I did.
And where did you see that person?
I saw them at Trauma Room 1 at Baylor.
Okay, who was that?
That was a young child.
Okay, and what was his condition when you saw him?
He was an extremist. He was being coded, which means they were performing CPR.
How long were you in there?
Just a few minutes.
Okay. While you were in there, was he, well, what was his condition?
He was basically, he was dead on arrival.
Okay. After you went in there, what's the next thing that you did?
It was me, Dr. Santos, and Dr. Lee that initially went into his room, and we did the basic resuscitation procedures, instructed the nurse to start IVs and get the whole process moving, put a monitor on him and continued the CPR. And he showed no signs of life, and he was pronounced dead by Dr. Santos.
Okay. So y'all did the best you could working on him,
Yes.
but it was to no avail?
No.
All right. After you did that, what's the next thing that you did?
Well, we had the child, and he was on his back on a backboard, which they're usually transported on. He was covered with blood, and he had an endotracheal tube in his throat. And once he was pronounced dead, we usually look for the cause of the injuries, and we rolled him over, and we saw multiple stab wounds on his back.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Now, let me show you what's been entered into evidence as States Exhibit 52J and 52K. Are those the photographs of the boy that you treated?
Yes, they are.
Okay, 52J, is that a photograph of him as he appears on his back?
Yes, sir.
And then as you rolled him over, are those the stab wounds that you saw?
Yes, they are.
Okay, let me let you look at States Exhibit 53C. Do you recognize those as being copies of Baylor medical records of Darlie Routier?
Yes, I do.
Okay, did you, after leaving the boy, did you go into another room to treat the other stabbing patient?
Yes, I did.
And who was that patient?
That was Mrs. Routier.
Okay, do you see her here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point her out, please?
She's sitting right there.
Okay, that woman over here in the green plaid dress.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, if the record could reflect that the witness has identified the defendant,
Yes, sir.
what was going on with Miss Routier when you entered the room?
Well, she had arrived approximately the same time as the boy. Two of the lower, I was the more senior resident. Two of the lower level residents had gone into the room to help her. And when I came into the resuscitation process was ongoing. And at my initial examination, she was covered with blood. She appeared to have a stab wound on her neck, which was either she or one of the techs was holding pressure on it with a gauze bandage. Her vital signs were stable. She was awake and alert and responsive. She did not state she had lost consciousness, and she appeared to have another stab wound to her left shoulder and her right arm.
Okay, you make an assessment there when you first see them in the emergency room, is that right?
Yes, we do.
Now, when you say she was alert and conscious, did she seem to be aware of everything going on around her?
Yes, she did.
Okay, and do y'all typically ask questions about being alert and conscious?
Yes, we do. It's part of our primary survey.
Okay, and you specifically inquired as to whether she had lost consciousness?
Yes, I did.
And what was her response?
No.
All right, and where was this wound on the neck?
It was across the midline, approximately going to the right, approximately 10 centimeters.
Someone was holding pressure on that, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, did you ask her anything else? Did you ask her how she got that wound?
Yes, I did.
What did you say to her?
I don't remember specifically the exact words, but I asked her how the wounds occurred. We have to know if they were a knife, scissors, a gun. She said she was stabbed.
Okay, did she say who stabbed her?
Yes, she did.
Okay, who did she say stabbed her?
She said it was a white male.
Okay, did she say what he looked like, anything like that?
She gave a very limited description of a man in a baseball cap, and she told me she only saw him from the back.
Only saw him from the back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long was she there in the emergency room?
I know this from the record. She was there for 13 minutes.
Okay, pretty quick time.
That's a very fast time.
All right. Now, someone with a neck injury like she had in that area of the neck, what is that called? What area of the neck do y'all refer that as?
We divide the neck into 3 zones, and that is how we manage them. And that is what we call a zone 2 injury.
And how do you manage a zone 2 injury?
It's just these kinds of injuries are divided up either for penetrating injuries, either by a stab wound or a gunshot wound. And you can either manage them selectively or go to the operating room. You can do studies or go to the operating room. It's sort
So
of
go ahead, sorry.
it's sort of a clinical judgment of what we do. And we base criteria on if they've penetrated a muscle called a plasma, which is below the skin. And in her case, the wound was clearly through the plasma on superficial examination. And that's as far as you want to go.
Okay, and why is that?
Because you might disrupt a blood clot that's tamponating really a vessel, which means it's keeping it from bleeding. And you could make a patient worse in an uncontrolled situation outside the operating room.
So the best way to control that is to take her to the operating room and do some exploratory surgery.
Yes, take her to the operating room and see if she has anything significant injured.
Okay. And is that why y'all did is that what y'all did? Yeah. And is that what y'all did at the time?
Yes, that's what we did.
Okay. Did you participate in the surgery?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you describe that surgery to the jury, please?
Well, when she was obviously put to sleep and prepped with sterile solutions, the incision that we typically make is along the edge of the sternomastoid muscle, which is the muscle in your neck if you turn it to the side. Her incision was basically made already. So what we did is we undermined the skin a little bit to expose it and retracted the skin back and just looked and ligated the vessels that were bleeding and looked for.
What does that mean?
That means tying them off to stop them from bleeding with a suture.
Okay. And then what? What's the next thing you saw?
Well, when we looked at her, we saw several very small veins bleeding, which we tied off. And the veins in the neck are close to the internal jugular vein, which is a very large vein. So they were bleeding. And once we stopped those, the wound was what we call hemostatic. The bleeding had stopped. And then we just irrigated it and looked around for anything that looked suspicious and for major vessel injury, an injury to the windpipe, injury to the esophagus, and we didn't see anything.
All right. About how long was this wound?
It was about 10 centimeters approximately.
Now, did you get out and measure it yourself with a ruler?
No, I didn't. I estimate the length of the wounds.
And did you measure the depth of the wound at all, or was it an estimation?
Well, I usually don't measure the depth. We don't think in those terms. I would call it a superficial wound.
Okay, and what do you mean by a superficial wound?
I mean by a superficial wound that it did not penetrate any of the deeper structures. You'd call a deep wound would penetrate the muscles, the vessels. It just penetrated basically the skin and the subcutaneous tissue, which is what we refer to as a fat underlying the skin. And there's a muscle in the subcutaneous tissue in that area of the neck called the plasma, which it also penetrated. That was the extent of the injury.
So it cut through the skin, the fat, and then what y'all call the plasma,
Plasma, yes.
which is located in
In the subcutaneous fat.
which is the fat, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see any other injuries on her and treat other injuries while she was being operated on?
I didn't specifically. The other resident sewed up the wounds on her shoulder and her arm. They were irrigating the wound.
Where was the wound on her shoulder?
The wound on her shoulder overlaid the top of her humerus, the bone here. And it was also a superficial wound. It was just closed with sutures.
Okay, just closed it with sutures.
Yes.
And was there another wound on her right arm?
There was a wound on her right arm on the what we call the dorsal aspect, about right here. And it was approximately an inch long. It was also superficial. It was down to the bone at that point. But the bone at that point is very superficial in the arm. And these wounds did not approach any dangerous structures.
Let me show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 28B. Could we have the doctor step down?
Yes, please step down, doctor.
I'll caution you to keep your voice up.
Okay.
If you'll step back so all the jurors can see.
Okay.
Looking at States Exhibit 28B, do we see the 2 wounds you treated on the neck and shoulder?
Yes.
And if you would, just point those out to the jury.
This is the neck wound that we explored right here. And this is the shoulder wound, which we closed primarily.
Just cleaned it out and sewed it up.
Yes.
Then 28A, is this the wound here on the right forearm?
Yes.
Again, and that was just clean and then sewn up.
Yes, sir.
You say it went to the bone?
Yes. On this part of the forearm, the bone is not very far under the skin.
Okay.
And it went through the muscle to the bone, but there was no fracture. There was no fracture.
So the bone is very close to the skin here.
Relatively close, yes.
So we see another wound here just above the wound. Was that also present?
Yes, it was. That was simply a superficial abrasion, which we did nothing about.
Okay, all right. Go ahead and have a seat. Do you recall approximately how long this entire process took place, the operation itself?
It took approximately 45 minutes.
Okay. And then what was done with Miss Routier after that operation? Where did she go?
She was awakened from anesthesia and transported to the intensive care unit.
Did you go visit her later that day to check up on her and see how she was doing?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And where was she located when you did that?
She was in the intensive care unit.
Okay. How is she doing then?
She was doing very well medically.
Okay. When you saw her, was she, well, what was her mental condition? Was she awake and alert,
Yes, she was.
suffering from after effects of the anesthesia in any way?
Not that I can tell. She was doing very well. She was awake and alert, very appropriate.
Okay. You've seen patients that suffer from grogginess from that, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't see any signs of that in her.
No, sir.
Okay. I guess being a physician, you are familiar with people that are in shock. Is that right?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
In medical shock or,
Well, I guess both. Are there different kinds of shock?
well, what I would term as shock is somebody who has a low blood pressure.
Okay. And is that medical shock we're talking about?
Yes.
Was she suffering from that?
No. Not at any time during her hospitalization was she in shock.
Okay. And you stated, I guess, she seemed alert,
Yes.
answered your questions?
Yes.
Okay. Now she was in the ICU. Is that right?
Yes, she was.
Okay. What kinds of patients are usually there in the ICU?
Well, the ICU has a nurse to patient ratio that is less than a floor, which is usually either 1 to 1 or 2 to 1. The nurse has 1 to 2 patients, and there's specific monitors we have for patients, a heart monitor, an oxygen monitor, and we can also place some invasive monitors, which we can't on the floor. It's just for more ill patients than are on the floor.
Okay. Was Darlie Routier critically ill at that point?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. You say this neck wound was You describe it as being superficial, is that right?
Yes, it was.
Okay. If this incident had happened, let's say in a household accident, the same type of cut, would she have stayed there in the hospital?
In my opinion, we could have watched her for 24 hours and discharged her home.
Okay. And done that just as a precaution?
Yes, she was fine at that point, just as a precaution to watch her for a day.
Okay. When you went around and, well, let me ask you this. Did she seem to be suffering from what I believe you called closed head injuries?
No.
What are closed head injuries?
A closed head injury is an injury to the head in which the skull is obviously a very strong, rigid structure, and there's no room for anything to expand in the brain. So if you get any kind of bleeding, any kind of injury, any type of injury that induces swelling, and if you have a closed head injury, it just means your head is injured and it caused some sort of bleeding or swelling that raises the pressure. A very mild closed head injury is a concussion. A very severe closed head injury would be somebody in a coma. And when it's just graded from, it's a very large scale from mild to very severe.
Okay. And you didn't see any evidence of closed head injury at all?
None at all.
Okay. When you went to check on her, you were you aware for some reason of her, or did you take note of her emotional makeup, how she was acting that way? Or
Yes, I did.
okay. And were you expecting when you went to check what were you expecting when you went to check on her?
Well, in a situation where a person has lost a very close family member, especially a spouse or a mother has lost a child, you really don't know what to expect. You expect somebody who is in a very deep grief. And it's something you have to be very careful of when you talk to somebody. And you need to be very sensitive.
Okay. Describe Miss Routier's emotional condition.
When I initially saw her, she was surrounded by family members. There were many policemen around the intensive care unit. And initially, she was a little bit agitated about what the policemen were doing and why they wanted to photograph her wounds.
Okay.
She did not seem particularly upset other than that.
Okay. Did you ever see tears streaming down her face?
At the end of my visit, she did cry a little bit. She had a photograph of her children in her hand, and then she cried a little bit.
Okay. Did you see her the next day also?
Yes, I did.
In fact, do you recall when she was discharged?
Yes, I do.
When was that?
That was June 8th, 2 days after admission.
Okay. Did you see her every day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Check on her wounds every day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What about the next day, the 7th? Was she crying that day when you saw her?
No, she was not.
What was her emotional condition at that time?
She seemed fine.
Okay. Did you check her over before she was released, discharged?
Yes, I did.
Did you talk to her at that time?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did she talk to you about anything that the police had asked her?
Yes, she did. I can't remember the specific details, but it concerned a knife, which she was attempting to explain, I would assume, some piece of evidence that she had been confronted with. And she was trying to explain to me how this knife was somehow she could explain the reason it had something on it. I don't remember the specific details, but it was about a knife. And
Okay.
I told her, oh, sorry. And I told her I just really didn't want to hear about those things.
Okay. You were there to check on her physical condition.
Her medical condition, yes.
Medical condition. Okay. Let me ask you, when you're checking her, are you checking her wounds, checking her overall physical condition?
Yes.
Okay. Now, she had the wound to her neck, her shoulder, and this wound to the right arm. Is that right?
Yes, she did.
Now, okay, now let me show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 52A. Do you recognize that as a photograph of Mrs. Routier?
Yes.
Do you see her right arm there and the bruising on her right arm?
Yes.
What type of injury is that? What's that called?
That's what we would term medically a hematoma. It's a large bruise.
Okay. And how are those caused, in particular, that type of bruise?
This type of bruising, if I just saw it, I would think that it was caused by a very heavy, blunt injury.
Okay. And explain to the jury what a blunt injury is.
We say blunt as in not something sharp, striking your hand against a door, being in a car wreck and hitting the steering wheel, something in that nature.
Is that pretty severe blunt trauma?
This is a fairly severe blunt trauma, yes.
Okay.
This is something that if I saw it on somebody's arm, I would probably want to x-ray their arm.
Okay. At any time during your examination of Darlie Routier, did you ever see that type of injury to her right arm?
No.
Okay. And is that something you look for in your examination of her?
Yes.
Okay. And anytime on the 6th, did you see any evidence of that type of injury to her right arm?
None at all.
The 7th?
Nope.
The 8th?
Nope.
Okay. Now, if that injury, that blunt trauma had occurred on June 6th, about 2:30 in the morning, 1996, would you have seen evidence of that injury on her right arm, doctor?
In my opinion, yes. This is a lot of blood, yes.
Okay. You saw no evidence of that injury whatsoever?
No.
Okay. That's not something that would be caused by an IV or anything, would it?
No, I've never seen such a severe hematoma caused by an intravenous line.
Okay. Let me show you some other photographs marked as 52G, 52H, 52F. And let me ask you if you can recognize these photos.
These appear to be Mrs. Routier in the intensive care unit, and they're photographs of her neck wound and her arm wounds.
Okay. On the right arm there, did you see any evidence of the court?
I know. I have to unmute it. Just a minute, please. Please confer in silence. Please. Thank you. Go ahead. Judge, excuse me, but I'm not able to confer in silence.
Well, I mean, keep your voices down. We hear too much when you speak to each other. I don't mind you speaking, but let's keep the voices down.
Well, we're doing the best we can.
Do better. Thank you. Go ahead.
Judge, can I have the witness step down, please?
Yes, please step down.
Doctor, again, let me caution you to keep your voice up.
Okay.
52G, is that a photograph that we can see of Miss Routier's right arm?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just watch your shoulder here, if you could keep it down, because we have jurors, in fact. I'll just get you to go along the jury rail in a moment. But the blood we see here, is that from an injury, abrasions that were on the arm?
No, that looks like dried blood. Just blood dries and it is hard to wash off. She does not look like she's been cleaned.
Okay. And holding 52F also, is that another photograph of the arm?
Yes, this is the same arm, different aspect.
Okay. If you had seen evidence of this blunt, if she had had blunt trauma on the 6th of June, would you have seen it somewhere in the ICU on her arm?
From what I saw in the photograph, I think we would be able to see it on this part of the arm right here.
Okay. If you could just start at that end of the jury and show them.
Did they see this other bruise?
We'll go over that in a minute after you finish that.
All this in here is dried blood from either her neck wound or the wound here.
And if you could show 32A.
Okay.
You saw no evidence of that type of injury whatsoever?
No, none at all.
Okay, you can have your seat. Judge, that's all the questions we have. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Douglas?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, let me get ready here. Oh, wait, you're first, aren't you, Mr. Delon? Oh, no, that isn't. Oh, that's me. Sorry. Mr.
Okay.
Delon, I just I just want to go through a few things with you. I was corrected yesterday and was told that you did a lot of dictation that goes in these records. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you review your discharge summary that you dictated and that Dr. Santos approved?
Yes, I did.
And you characterized the wound to Miss Routier's neck as a large slash wound. Is that right?
Yes.
And if it was previously testified that this slash wound penetrated the platysma muscle and was previously testified by a medical expert that it reached to 2 millimeters of the carotid artery, you wouldn't disagree with that expert, would you?
What I saw in the operation was I saw a very small portion of carotid sheath.
That was nicked,
No,
but you saw the sheath,
I saw the sheath.
the carotid sheath.
Yes.
The point is, if it has been previously, you wouldn't quarrel with anything Dr. Santos says, would you?
I couldn't understand you.
You wouldn't quarrel with or disagree with any of Dr. Santos' observations, would you?
Judge, I'll object to that. It's going into comparison of testimony.
Sustained.
Well, if there's been previous testimony that the
Again, same objection.
Well,
is Dr. Santos more experienced or less experienced than you?
Dr. Santos is more experienced.
Okay, if he made an approximation to the jury of the length of the
Judge,
I can ask this question, Your Honor.
I'm objecting to it as comparison of the testimony.
Let's hear the question first.
He's an expert witness, Your Honor.
I understand. Let's hear the question.
You wouldn't quarrel with any measurements that he gave this jury, would you?
Again, I'll object to comparison of testimony. He doesn't know.
I didn't.
What?
If I might respond, I did not give a comparison. I just asked if he would quarrel with his attending physician.
I understand the question. If that question is asked, it will be permitted. Go ahead.
You wouldn't quarrel with anything Dr. Santos told this jury relating to the carotid artery, the carotid sheath, or distance of the wound?
Judge, we have to object because the witness does not know what Dr. Santos said to this jury.
I said
that's a comparison of testimony.
Sustained. Let's get on with the next question. You can rephrase your question, please.
All right. In your opinion, the carotid sheath, would you agree that is approximately 2 to 3 millimeters in thickness?
Approximately right.
And if the carotid sheath is cut into and you sever this carotid artery, what happens?
You bleed.
Bleed?
Well, it depends on how much you could get a laceration of the carotid artery that could spontaneously stop.
Okay. Then if you sever the internal jugular vein, you're going to say that could just stop?
If there's enough muscular tissue overlaying it, yes, it could stop.
It could just stop. So someone could have a severed internal jugular vein. You're telling this jury that they could just walk around and it could just stop bleeding and everything would be fine and they continue on. Is that what you're trying to tell this jury?
That is possible. If you have a gunshot wound to the internal jugular vein.
No,
and that vein is covered by some structure, any structure that can apply pressure on it, it can stop. If you have an injury where the wound is completely open, there's nothing to tampon on it. It will not stop.
But your testimony is that people could have a severed jugular vein and that the bleeding would stop.
I've seen that before.
All right. Now, what about a slash wound? An incised wound to the neck that severs the carotid artery and severs the jugular vein?
It would depend upon the circumstances.
You've seen a lot of people die from that type of injury, haven't you?
I've seen a few.
A few die. That's a serious wound, is it not?
A transection of the carotid artery?
Yeah. Would you consider cutting the carotid artery in half or the internal jugular vein to be a serious wound?
Well, the carotid artery is much more serious than the jugular vein.
Okay. Would it be a serious wound?
Yes.
All right. When you visited Miss Routier, how many times did you go to see her in the hospital over those, 3 days?
I saw her twice. I saw her in the operating room on the 6th. I saw her later that day in ICU. And I saw her once a day on the following days.
So how many times total?
I guess 5.
Okay. And did you make notes of every time you saw her?
I made 1 note a day besides the operative note.
Okay. And did you have a chance to read through your notes in terms of what nurses said with respect to Mrs. Routier?
I did not read the nurse's notes.
Would it surprise you that when you talk about her reaction, that there are notes and references in the medical records that you can refer to that at various times over those 3-day periods, she was tearful, she was frightened, she was very upset, crying, anxious about the events that had taken place, and that nurses noted that and they put it in their notes?
Are you asking if that would surprise me?
Yes.
No, it would not surprise me.
And you certainly wouldn't rely on what those nurses said because they're with her. Or you certainly would rely on what the nurses said because they're with her a lot. Are they not?
Yes, they are.
Okay. But doctor, how old are you?
30.
And you and I are about the same age. Do you have children?
No, I don't.
Have you ever lost a little niece or nephew?
Nope.
Maybe had a next door neighbor who had a child that you kind of got to know and played with this child and the child died?
No.
You're not here to tell this jury that you feel that there's a one singular appropriate way to relate to a tragic loss, are you?
Not one singular appropriate way, no.
And is it true that the description of a flat effect can relate to a depressed person, someone who's deeply depressed?
Possibly.
Possibly? Oh, I said it twice. Oh my God, what is wrong with me? Isn't it true that people can gain a great deal of strength from family members?
Yes.
And isn't it true that there's lots of records that show that the family was very supportive and was present by Darlie's side while she was recovering?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about the term superficial. In layman's terms, people think of superficial, they think of a scratch or a cut or a flesh wound. Would you agree with me?
I'm not a layman. I think of it in a different way.
Well, all right. And that's the whole point. You think of superficial in a different way. Is that right?
Yes.
If these people are laymen that are on the jury, they may think of the word superficial different from the way you think of superficial. Is that right?
Well, they might.
Okay. What I mean by that is superficial is, in effect, in many ways, to be a medically trained professional, a term of art, meaning that a cut was superficial to a structure, meaning it came to a structure, but it didn't nick or cut the structure. Is that right?
Did you say term of art?
Well, it's a medical term in some respects. When you say it, is it not true, doctor? When you say it's superficial to the platysma or superficial to the carotid sheath, that it nicked it and did not totally obstruct it.
That's a different use of the word superficial. When you describe a superficial wound, it means that it was superficial and not deep. You weren't describing it in relation to any structure. You're describing it in relation to the wound itself.
Okay.
You know, you could say that the carotid artery is superficial to the heart, but they're both deep.
That's my point. That's my point. And let me ask you this. If in layman's terms, as just us laymen would say, it's not normal to have an hour and 15 minutes under general anesthetic for a wound, that's considered surgery, right?
That's surgery, yes.
And it's not normal to have to have sutures underneath your structure and around the platysma muscle. And is that how you say it, platysma? Why does it sound weird when I'm saying platysma?
I think you did it right, actually. I think you're saying it right.
It just sounds weird when I say it. I don't know. Platysma muscle, and then sutures it's to close up a wound and have a scar that will last the rest of your life. That is 4 inches long. That's not normal, is it?
Normal is compared to what?
Well, most people don't end up having a cut, and as a result of that cut, they have an hour and 15 minutes of surgery and a 4-inch scar.
The reason she went to surgery is because of the location of the wound.
Right, I understand that. But she still nevertheless required suturing. Is that right?
Yes.
She had a diagnosis from Dr. Santos of post-trauma anemia, and that's from a severe loss of blood, right?
I would say a mild loss of blood, moderate.
Let me ask you something, doctor. When did you get there? Or when did you get here?
About 8 o'clock.
In Kerrville?
In Kerrville, I arrived here Monday night.
All right. And did you confer with Mr. Shook following Dr. Santos' testimony last night?
Mr. Shook?
This man.
Yes, I did.
You conferred with him about your testimony last night.
I spoke with him over the phone.
Okay. When was the last time she was given an anesthetic?
Miss Routier?
Yes.
I have no idea.
Can you refer to your notes?
Well,
Let me ask you this. If it was previously testified at 5 a.m., would you disagree with that?
5 a.m. on the day of on June the 6th?
Right. If anesthesia was terminated at 5 a.m. on June 6th, would you disagree with that?
I would have to see the records.
Okay. You might be able to find the anesthesia report quicker than me. Is that it?
Mm-hmm. It was about 5 a.m. when we stopped monitoring her.
When you say stop monitoring, that means that's when whatever medication is causing her to be under general anesthetic, that's when it is terminated.
They allow patients to emerge from anesthesia, and that must have been when they transported her out of the operating room.
Okay, all right. How many times have you spoken with either district attorney's investigators or representatives of the district attorney's office about your testimony?
I spoke to them twice before I arrived here.
So twice in Dallas, and then last night?
Last night, he just told me when I was supposed to arrive in the morning.
Did he talk to you at all on Monday?
I don't believe he did.
Okay. Are you being paid for your time here today?
Nope.
Pass the witness.
Oh,
Pass the witness.
Dr. DeLon, Mr. Douglas asked you some questions about the cut, jugular, and
Jugular vein?
did Darlie Routier have any of those injuries?
No.
Okay. You said something about a sheath.
Yes, there's a carotid sheath that surrounds the two vessels, the internal jugular vein, the carotid artery, and a large nerve called the vagus nerve. And it's just a fibrous structure in the neck that's continuous with other fibrous material that would sort of hold you together.
There was no cut to her jugular or carotid artery or anything like that, was there?
No.
And in layman's terms, the skin was cut, the fat was cut, and the plasma, which is in the fat. Is that right?
Yes.
That's it.
That was it.
That's all I have, Judge.
May this witness be excused by agreement of both sides? I have one question, Your Honor.
All right.
On this ruler, there's millimeters marked. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that there was a distance of approximately 2 to 3 millimeters to the artery of this woman, the carotid artery?
Over a very short distance, we could see the sheath. I didn't actually measure it.
Okay. But answer my question. And my question is, based upon your training and your experience, could it have been 2 to 3 millimeters?
I don't really know. I just saw the sheath.
Okay. You're not saying no. You're just saying you don't know.
I've stated that the wound was superficial and did not damage it. It damaged no significant structures. At a small point, we could see the carotid sheath was exposed. The carotid artery was not exposed.
Okay, but it cut down to the carotid sheath.
We could see the distance of approximately the 2 or 3 millimeters, maybe the amount of the carotid sheath that I could see. The carotid artery is this long. I could see this much.
Okay, but certainly you didn't cut down to that.
No.
That was done by whatever sharp-edged instrument hit Mrs. Routier.
Yes.
Okay, so that instrument made that cut down to that depth.
Yes, it did.
Okay, that's all I have.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right,
Oh.
Doctor, both sides are excusing this witness? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Subject to our agreement.
All right. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody who has testified. In other words, don't compare it. You may talk to the attorneys for either side. If someone tries to talk to you about the testimony, please tell the attorneys for the side who called you. Okay.
All right.
right.
Your next witness.
Now, the interesting thing is with this is the defense maintains that all of these doctors, the prosecution went to like something like the Hilton right before and called all of these witnesses in and prepped them for the prosecution side to testify. But you see here in cross and like redirect that the witnesses are saying, yeah, no, they just called us on the phone. So I don't know.
Wow. So they're just like straight up and possibly lying under oath.
Well, what do we believe the defense saying, look, this is like the prosecution's trying so hard. They're grabbing witnesses, going through all the notes and prepping everybody, having like a mock trial. Do we believe the defense when they say that? Or do we believe the witnesses under oath saying, no, it's like a phone call telling me what time to be here?
Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. Wow. I don't know. Okay, so our next one is a nurse. Actually, I'm going to edit that and put nurse, testimony of nurse, Jody Fitz.
Jody Fitz.
Yeah, hold on. Let me edit that real quick.
I love these last names. Poos, Dicky, Fitz. Is this like a Southern? Are they like Southern, typical Southern last names?
I don't know, but you were the one that sent me that video that had some of the characters, right?
Yes.
We got to see what some of them look like Poos and Shook and Mulder and stuff.
Yeah. And if anyone's interested in that video, it's a True TV was a network that put it out, but it's somebody made a private video and showed it. It's like from '96. I'll try to find it and then like put it in the comments after the live. So I don't. Will it let me? Will YouTube let me do that?
Like, I don't know. Let me know.
I think you have to have a wrench to put up a link.
But even a regular comment though. I think you could do it on a comment if it's a YouTube video, right?
I don't think so. I think you still have to have a wrench to put that there.
What? Even under like a regular comment under a video? Wow, they did change a lot of stuff, huh? I know you used to be able to. As long as if it was a YouTube video, you used to be able to. You couldn't put links of anything else though. But yeah, they did change, so maybe they did. Okay. Well,
you still have to have the wrench.
Yeah, now I'm saying it used to be where you could put it. I mean,
yeah.
But yeah, okay, huh?
Well, anyone could Google it too, and put faces to the names that we're seeing.
Yeah, we'll figure it out after because you said you're going to do it after, right?
Yeah, I'll try to do it, but listen, sometimes it shadow bans me. I did it on another channel and it freaking shadow banned me from that channol.
What does that mean, shadow ban, real quick?
Like I can't comment on that channel. Anytime I comment, only I can see the comment.
It was the spam, huh?
Yeah. So, and it was from putting a link on. So if that happens to you,
don't do it then. I'll do it. Give me the link and I'll put it. I don't want you to get shadow banned. That sucks.
Naughty. You go to YouTube jail.
I know sometimes you'll get spam if you do leave a lot of links, but then eventually I think you get back out of it after so much time. But let's not risk it. I could just do it. We don't want to risk.
Another thing I wanted to point out to you, Zav, is like if you look at that news footage that I sent to you, like it has like bits and pieces like during the trial where there's somebody testifying. They showed Darlie on camera and she is getting mad at some points, and there was one clip that I saw that she just like looked over at her attorney and she just looked so angry and she's like, he is lying.
Oh, wow.
She mouthed it?
Yeah, you could see it like clearly mouthed. She's like, he is lying.
We need to see that. Oh shoot! Let me know which video.
It's one of I think the last one that I sent you that was talking about
the one that you were talking. Okay.
There's so many of them. Like there's in total there's like 39 different news clips that were available to look at. So there's quite a bit of them.
Wow. Okay. Cool. I wish
Libra. Did you find it on YouTube? Sorry, Zav.
No. I went Google deep dive because I was listening to another creator, and another creator who was covering this case had pointed out that there apparently was another murder that had taken place in that area 3 weeks after this particular murder took place.
Hmm.
Was
And
it a stabbing or what was it?
I'm not quite sure, but I was just trying to find information more about it. So like in Google, I had put like murders in Browlette, Texas, 1996, and it had like listings of like there was one that just had like the news coverage or whatever. So I opened it up, and then it had like a whole link of like it was talking about like the affidavits and police searches and stuff like that, so like you could open each one that was listed and it would just come up with more newsreels that were related to this particular case.
Nice.
So
Nice. Cool. I wish like one
Yeah.
day we could usually with local news you could play them without copyright issues. It just depends on like if somebody else is putting them in their documentary or something, but
I'm not sure, but it came from a database. It's like a university library's database.
oh, is it
So I
really?
don't.
Then that's definitely
Yeah.
okay because that would be like for educational. It's not like
Yeah.
somebody else's video.
No,
Like,
it's not somebody else's video.
oh,
It came from an actual
we
like
should
stored database of footage.
maybe next weekend after we're making the debt in this jury or in this trial, we could do another discussion, maybe play some of those clips or whatever.
Yeah, because you could see like her facial expressions during this entire thing, and just I thought it was really interesting when she just looked over at her attorney and like the camera just captured it so unbelievably clear, and she's like, he is lying.
Wow,
Yeah.
I'd love to see that. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to watch that after this. Cool. Okay, thanks. We'll have to.
Well, remember there was
play that.
something else that happened kind of close in Texas that like year after, and it was like another set like really close to the same area 1 year later where, and I forget the person's name. It was like the woman's name was like Sandra, and her husband was like butchered. And she said like somebody came in, and it was very reminiscent of the Routier case.
Huh.
Yeah, there was another clip too, another news clip where a woman had reported that like 1:30 in the morning there was a man that had matched the description of who Darlie was
Yeah, we were talking the
um
one that was they were walking on the
describing.
highway.
No, this is different. This
Oh,
woman
okay.
actually said that she lived in the neighborhood and the man tried to push his way into her front door. And she was able to like get the door shut and lock and secure it before he could push his way in. But that was
That
another
same
thing
day.
in one of the news clips
Yeah,
that was
wait.
really interesting.
Then they came back after, right? Are you talking about that or no? Or is this a different one where it was that
This is
same day? It was like right before it. It would have been before the murders that
yes.
that
This
he
was
came to her
like
house, and then she told her
yes.
daughter or something. They were freaked out, and then I thought she said that she saw them again come back afterwards. And
No, I think this is a different lady altogether.
so there's more than one. So there was
Yeah.
a
So like
robbery
this.
down the street, basically, and now you're saying there was another one.
Yeah,
What
this
the
lady had
heck,
described it was like
dude?
1:30 in the morning. She saw
Yeah,
this man. He tried to push
1:30.
his way into her door. She was able to get her door shut and closed or whatever, but they had talked about it in the news clip.
Oh
I
my
swear it's the
gosh.
one that maybe I'm mixing. Maybe I'm getting two of them and I'm combining them.
I
There's
mean,
two.
it could
'Cause
be
I
the
remember the
same.
one that they came in, or yeah, she said her and her daughter they were freaked out, and then she didn't call the cops, and she wished she would have, but she figured he was gone, so she didn't even end up calling the cops that night.
Yeah.
She said it's just like, man, I wish she would have, because if she would have, and all these people that spotted him, if they would have that night, maybe it wouldn't
It would
have ended
have
up
played
like
out
this.
differently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you call the cops if somebody tried to come in your house?
Right.
Unless you were like having drugs and you're like, I don't want cops here.
Yeah, that's true. Unless if you're guilty, yeah, something you don't want them to do. Wow, yeah. So I think there was some stuff going on in that neighborhood that night. So that I just can't believe they didn't look into all that kind of stuff. At least look into it. There's stuff going on. I know it wasn't reported till after, but it's like still they already had their minds made up by the time they heard this stuff, So it was like,
well, that's what they said
Yeah.
in that like they called like this guy that's like a seasoned cop, and he's like, and he even says it himself, in 20 minutes of looking at the scene, I knew she had done it. And the defense is like, what is he the defense said something funny. They're like, what is he should be looking into being a psychic? Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw that one where he's like, he should be the psychic. Yeah,
Yeah, because in some clips he says like 30 minutes. Some clips it's like
Yeah, I
20.
heard
Some
30,
clips
yeah.
it's like 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he died too, like a couple of years ago.
Oh wow.
Also, another thing that I found interesting was when they had done the initial court hearing where they were discussing Darlie Routier's bond in this situation, and they were talking about there was pretty much some incriminating evidence of a hair being found in the screen of the window. It turned out that that hair belonged to one of the officers that was on screen on scene that night, and apparently just recently she died too.
Oh wow.
A blonde hair, like just think bleach blonde hair in Texas. Yeah, and very common. Like, come on, guys.
And they were really adamant that it was Darlie's hair, yet they had no DNA ran on it or anything else. And later to come to find out it was this officer's hair that was on scene.
That's messed up. See, that's somebody's life that you just basically already took how many years away, and she's probably gonna end up dying. Like, that's just
Yeah.
Well, the guy that the crime scene analyst that tested the knife and found the screen fibers on that knife. So he was brought up on charges because he was an alcoholic and like hit on a bunch of his like workers. So they had to throw, so they like, he was fired like as a disgraced employee because his employer, the city, had to physically do an intervention and force him into rehab for alcoholism. That's how bad it was. And so that's the person that was the examiner of her forensic stuff for the state, you know? So
basically he the way he looks at women is like, you said what was he doing again to women?
He was accused of like being very inappropriate with some of the female.
Sometimes men like that they have that mentality with women. And I feel like a lot of those guys working the case had that about her because, you know, her, to repeat some of the stuff because it's not important in the case of what some of the things that they're bringing up. It's like,
also another news clip that I saw that was very, very interesting was they were talking about the sock that was discarded in the alley, right? So they said that the blood that was on the sock was literally the size of a quarter, but there was hair found on the sock that belonged to a animal. It was animal hair, specifically a deer. Did you guys hear about that?
I think I heard about that in 96, but haven't since.
Yeah. So I thought that was
what
really
happened with it
too. I don't know. They just mentioned it in the news clip, and then I haven't seen anything else about it just yet. So.
And for anyone else that wants to look at the other cases, the other case that happened in Houston a year after Darlie, that the chick is still in prison. Her name is Sandy Melgar. And a lot of, you know, she also has like people fighting to get her out and saying that, you know, she didn't stab her husband, that it wasn't her, that there's not enough. There's a lot of corruption, they say, in convicting her. So
yeah, man. All right. Well, good information, guys. All right, so let's move on to the nurse, Jody Fitz. Okay, so hold on, let me share my screen or do that so you guys can see it. All right. Whenever you guys are ready.
Okay. Tell us your name, please.
Jody Fitz, Fitts.
And how are you employed, sir?
Oh, it's a guy. Okay. I'm a registered nurse at Baylor University Medical Center.
Okay, tell the jury your education and training you have to hold that position.
I've been a nurse for 3 years, registered nurse, about 1 year and 3 months in the emergency room, 2 years before that in ICU, and about 8.5 years as an emergency paramedic before that.
Okay, and where do you work?
I work at the emergency department there at Baylor University Medical Center in downtown Dallas.
Okay, how long have you been at Baylor?
A year and a half now.
And you are an emergency room nurse, is that correct?
That's correct.
Tell the jurors what your duties are as an emergency room nurse.
We, at the emergency room there at Baylor, we take care of anything from what we call primary care patients, which is any kind of little small injury or illnesses, all the way up to major trauma. We are a major trauma center there in the city.
Okay, let me turn your attention to June 6, 1996, and ask if you were on duty during those morning hours.
I was. I was supposed to have left at 2 a.m. that day, but it was an extremely busy night, so I stayed over.
Okay, around a little after 3 o'clock or so, did you get notice that there would be some patients coming in that had been stabbed, some stabbing victims?
Right. Actually, the call we received was that 5 minutes out, we had a multiple stab victim, 5-year-old coming in.
Okay.
And then it was just a few minutes after that we got a call that we would be getting the child they said they had been doing CPR on, and we got prepared for that. And then we got a second call saying that we would be getting a second patient, a female, the mother of the child that was awake and talking.
Okay. And what did you do in preparation for that?
There are several things we have to do. There's a lot of staffing situations that we have to do. Each major trauma patient gets 2 nurses assigned to them immediately, and we have to actually don garb. And this is our trauma, and that's our trauma gear that covers all things in glasses, things to protect us from different things. And there's equipment, IV bags, and any kind of equipment we may possibly use. We set it out.
Did you get ready in time to receive the female victim?
Not as well as we would have liked to. We only had a couple of minutes notice for the lady that was coming in. Of course, the child, we were very prepared for him in the major trauma room up front. There were several other major trauma victims in our other trauma rooms down the side. So we had our last room way down the hall, and we set it up for the lady that was coming in.
And did you see the patient as she arrived?
Yes, sir, I did. I was standing outside the hall that we were in. The room we were in is at the end of this long hall with the front door at the other end of it. Then I put all my stuff. Some of our technicians were setting up the equipment in the other room, and I was standing outside of the room waiting for this stretcher to come in. And as they came in, I could hear the lady screaming, and I could see her on the stretcher as she came down the hall.
What was she screaming?
She was screaming 2 different things. The first thing I heard was her screaming, asking for pain medication. I need pain medication, something along that line. And then she would alternate with, why did they kill my boys? Why did they kill my boys? That was in the hall as I saw her coming, and then I had to get into the room to get ready. And once she hit the room, she kept asking us, why would he kill my boys? Why would he kill my boys? And then, give me something for the pain.
Okay. Now, you saw her as they were taking her down toward the rooms. Is that right?
Right. I was staring at her down the hall.
Had the boy arrived already?
The boy was there in the room completely opposite down the way down at the end of the hall. As they wheeled her by that room, her head was turned as if looking into that room.
Okay. Did you see any reaction as she went by that room?
There was a lot of reactions to everything, but no, I didn't see. I was concerned. I knew that was going on. I knew what was going on in that first room. I wasn't involved in there at the time, but I knew what was going on. But I was very concerned when she turned her head that way, that she would see her son in there, and that would escalate her emotional state. But that's what I was afraid of.
But she continued to yell for pain.
Right.
And then the first thing, why did they kill my boys? And then why did he kill my 2 boys?
Right. In the room, she said, "Why would he do that? Why would he kill my boys?"
Describe her physical condition when you saw her there in your trauma room.
She arrived to me completely nude, covered head to toe in dried blood. She had a dressing around her neck and around this arm.
What did you do then?
We immediately take them off the stretcher. You've got to understand it was a very stressful situation. It was a horrible sight to see all of this. We get the people lowered onto the table. We have the technicians start bathing them, washing them down. We need to assess what their injuries are right away. And so as soon as she got over, the technicians there, we're taking the dressings off of the arms and began taking the dressing off the neck here.
Okay.
And the paramedics were giving us a report about how the injuries were.
Her neck was bleeding, is that right?
Her neck initially was not bleeding. We pulled the dressing off. It was initially not bleeding, but the surgeon there had to explore that wound just a little bit and look at it. And after he touched it slightly, a bit of blood squirted out of the wound, which would to us indicate an arterial bleeding, and that we don't want to mess with it in the emergency room. So we immediately covered that back up.
Okay. Now, as far as what the actual damage was, you don't know at that time, right?
No, we knew that it was bleeding indicating some type of arterial bleed. I believe it ended up not being an arterial bleed, but for us, that's not something we need to mess with. You lose a lot of blood that way.
You want to make sure that pressure is applied to that wound.
Right,
All right. And did you see the other injuries on her?
right. She had another injury up here by her neck. She had this neck wound and then also one up here, two different wounds. And then one like a stab or puncture wound in her forearm right here.
Okay.
I have a picture of that on my record.
Okay. Let me show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 28A. Is that the location of the wound you saw on the forearm?
That's the forearm wound that I saw, yes.
Okay. And then States Exhibit number 28B, is that the neck area and then the shoulder?
Right. And then that second wound there.
All right. Did you examine other parts of her body, her arms?
We examined her head to toe.
Let me ask you this. Is that something you're concerned about, examining her head to toe?
Well, certainly, especially with her being covered in blood and dried blood, that would cover up many injuries. It could cover up all kinds of things.
Did you find any other injuries on her?
No, just the simple cuts that I've explained here, here, and here. We rolled her on her back and couldn't find anything.
Any other injuries on her right arm at all other than this cut here?
No, just a clean stab wound straight through here or a puncture wound.
Okay. What was she? Do you inquire whether she's alert, know what's going on, that kind of thing?
Right. We need to determine that right away so we'll know what we're dealing with, especially in a trauma situation. We want to know if they're orientated right away so we know what to be concerned about. So we know to be concerned about head injuries or anything like that.
So, what do you do for that? How do you determine that?
We ask them if they know where they're at, if they know if they have any medical allergies, any medical conditions, any surgeries, and if they're taking any medications.
Okay. Did she seem alert and oriented to you?
Yes, Mrs. Routier was able to answer all of my questions.
Okay. Do you watch for signs of shock when the patients come in there?
Sure we do. What you're asking me about shock is not what we call medical shock, but an emotional state of shock. We're concerned about that. She was quite able to answer all my questions correct.
Responded to all your questions you asked?
I even asked her what medication she had been taking.
What did Anne? Is it important to
On any medications?
Sure. We need to know exactly what medications they're on in case we give them something that might in some way not work with the medicine.
What medication was she on?
She told me she was on Fastin and Podimin. Neither of those medications I have ever dealt with. I found out since then that they're diet control, appetite suppressant type medication. And she told me, I asked her, I know what those are for. And she told me, I don't know what those are for. And she told me they were diet pills.
Okay, so she was on diet pills.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Was she in there any great length of time?
I had her in there exactly 13 minutes.
Okay, and then they take her off to surgery.
Yes.
Okay, did you remove a necklace from her neck?
Here we go. Right. When the technicians pulled the dressing off the wound on her neck, a chain was freed around her neck. I took that off, set it aside, and later, I believe, one of the other nurses handed that over to the Rolette Police Department.
Okay, was that under the gauze?
It was underneath the dressing the paramedics had applied.
Okay, let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 26. Does this appear to be the necklace?
This looks similar to the necklace. I couldn't tell you if it was exactly the same one or not.
Okay, and was it unattached?
It was unattached.
Okay,
I didn't have to undo it.
okay. Judge, I would like to enter this for record purposes at this time.
States exhibit what?
26.
For record only?
Yes, sir.
Any objection? Not for record purposes.
All right.
Go ahead.
State's exhibit number 26 is admitted for record purposes only.
Do you see Miss Routier here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir. Her hair is a little bit different, but that's her.
And the scar we see here, is that the area that y'all were applying pressure to?
Yes, sir. That's exactly where I had seen it.
Okay, that's all the questions we have, Judge.
I don't have any questions, Judge.
This gentleman will be excused to go back to Dallas. Both sides agree to excuse him.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for coming in, sir. Watch your step down.
We'll call Chris Wheelgauze.
All right. Is the jury all right breakwise so far? All right. Thank you. Please raise your right hand, please.
All right. Let me get the other one up.
Oh, man.
That was a quick one, actually. I'm surprised they didn't have any questions for him. I can't believe I've never heard a Jody as a name for a guy. Very interesting.
I have, but it's rare. Yeah, I thought it was a female.
That's like you wouldn't know it, but back in like the 1800s, the name Ashley was a guy's name.
Huh.
Oh, huh. It's very interesting. Wow.
Yep.
Okay, so let me write the banner for this. I already had that one ready. Where is it?
And who is Christopher Wilgaz? Do we know?
Hold on one second.
Mhm.
Oh, wait, I have the wrong one.
He's a nurse, I think. It says
Yep.
nurse.
Employed at Baylor University Medical Center as a nurse.
Nurse? Okay.
Yeah.
And there are 2 ICU intensive care units.
I can't believe the nurses kind of lied. Well, okay, compared to the nurses that took the notes, were any of them the same nurses that took the notes that actually are lying up on stand and saying that she didn't have those reactions? Are they the same nurses that are lying, or they chose the other ones that I have to?
I think they're the same nurses
compare?
because they talked about how they had like a closed meeting with those particular nurses in Dallas, preparing them for testimony. So
I mean, how can they lie? Their notes say that she was. I don't get that, man.
You can even hear it in like the way they answer the defense, like not with this nurse, but with the doctors. The doctors respond to, they're kind of more combative instead of just giving straight answers to the defense. They're like, well, I wouldn't call it, like, I really wouldn't say that's substantial. Like, what?
Yeah, because they're already taking that side that they're presenting it like basically from a standpoint of already having an opinion about something. You know what I'm saying? I feel like.
Mhm.
I agree with that.
Okay, so let's where are we at? Let me find it. Oh, here we go. All right. Whenever you guys are ready, go ahead. No.
The court.
Zav, are you going to be the
Sorry,
court?
yeah. Spell
okay.
your last name, please.
Wilgolsz.
What is your full name?
Oh, Christopher Wilgolsz.
Okay.
And it's pronounced Wilgos?
Wilgolsz, yes.
All right. Okay, how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by Baylor University Medical Center as a nurse in their 2 ICU intensive care units.
Okay, tell the jury your educational background and professional training for the position that you hold.
I have a Bachelor in Science from Pennsylvania State University in Healthcare Administration and a Bachelor of Nursing from the College of Misericordia. I have been employed at Baylor since June of 1994 as a nurse.
And what particular section of Baylor are you assigned?
It's 2nd floor Roberts Building, the Cardiothoracic Vascular Intensive Care Unit.
Okay, and tell the jury what your duties are there.
Primarily, our duties are to take care of the critically ill patients that have open heart surgery or vascular type surgery. It's primarily a post-operative intensive care unit, which is where they would come following any procedure that would be cardiothoracic or vascular in nature.
And sometimes if there's overflow or something like that, do you receive other patients?
That's correct. Occasionally, we may have a bed that's open and we can receive overflow patients from some of the other units that would normally receive a trauma patient or any other what they call off-service patient, something we don't normally see in that particular unit.
Okay, let me turn your attention back to June 6, 1996 and ask if you were working on that date.
Yes, I was. I was working 7 p.m. until 7 a.m., the 5th through the 6th.
Okay, so you started on the 5th and you were going through 7 a.m. on the 6th.
Correct.
Okay, let me ask you if you received a patient that morning by the name of Darlie Routier.
Yes, I did.
Okay, about what time did you receive her?
It was approximately 5 in the morning on the 6th.
Okay, so that's about 5 in the morning.
5 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, did you see her here in the court? Do you see her here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Point her out, please.
She's seated right over there.
The woman here in the green plaid dress.
Yes.
Your Honor, if the record could reflect, the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes.
Was she the one? I guess she wasn't one of those patients that you normally receive. Is that right?
That is correct. I had what they call an available bed. Normally, we're assigned 2 patients per nurse. I had an available bed, which meant that I was to receive any emergency or trauma victims or something that the other ICUs could not accommodate because they were full at the time.
Okay. What was her condition when she arrived on your floor?
They had brought her into my unit again approximately 5 a.m. And at that time, they brought her in on a bed from the OR, the operating room. At that time, she was awake, alert, orientated.
Okay. Now, in your particular section, do you have a lot of patients you deal with, or do you just have 1 or 2?
In that particular case, she was the only patient I had at that time.
Okay, so your total attention is devoted to her at that time.
Correct.
Okay. Was she the type of critically ill patient that you usually take care of?
Not what we usually see, no. I would not have considered her a critically ill patient.
Okay. And would you say that she was alert and awake? Is that right?
Correct.
She had come out of surgery. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How alert was she? I mean, did she answer your questions?
Yes, answered questions appropriately. Was aware of where she was, approximately what time it was, that she had just left the operating room. Again, was answering questions appropriately.
Okay, now you've seen people that have suffered the effects of anesthesia, is that right?
Yes, very frequently.
Okay, that's something you deal with every day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do different people react differently?
They do, yes. Some people may not respond as well to the anesthesia. Some people do. It just depends on the individual's makeup and chemistry.
Okay, some people come out of it pretty quickly.
Yes.
Okay, how about Miss Routier? How did she appear to you? Was she under the effects of it all still? Or under the effects of it at all?
No, not as far as I could tell at that point in time.
Okay, she seemed alert and lucid.
Completely.
Okay, what did you do once she arrived in the room? What were part of your duties?
Well, the first thing we do when a patient arrives is we connect them to our monitoring system that we have, which monitors the heart rate. And in her case, she had an arterial monitor that we connect to our monitors also. So the first thing I did was connect her to our monitors to establish that her vital signs were stable and then do a head to toe assessment on her,
Okay, what's a head to toe assessment?
where you will initially you will look at the neurological stats and then you will go through the different body systems and assess if there's any difficulties or problems with them.
Okay, did you find any problems with her at all?
Nothing other than the surgical dressings that she had that were out of the ordinary. Nothing was out of the ordinary.
These IVs, what arm were they in?
She had IVs in her left arm and she had an arterial monitor in her left radial artery.
Mm. Could you point on your wrists where that is?
It's inserted right in this area here. And what that is a direct monitor of blood pressure. It's a small catheter that they insert into the radial artery, and then we connect it to our monitors, and it directly monitors blood pressure through the catheter.
Okay, do you also, she had dressing on her, is that right?
Correct. She had a dressing on her right neck, right up in here. She had a dressing on her right forearm.
Okay, do you look over her or assess her for wounds, things like that?
Yes.
And did you see any other injuries on her other than where the dressing was?
No, I did not.
Okay, that's something you carefully check for.
Yes.
Okay, did she talk to you while you were making your assessment?
Yes, she did.
Okay, now were you asking her questions?
No, I did not.
Okay, you were just going about your business.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what comments did she make to you?
The first comment that she made was she stated, "How could anyone do this to my children?" Just kind of an unsolicited rhetorical type of question. How could anyone do this to my children?
You didn't ask her how she was or what happened, anything like that?
No, I did not.
Now, do you know what happened, why she was there in the hospital?
I was just aware that she was involved in a trauma, but the extent of which and the particular circumstances I was not aware of at the time. No.
Were you aware that her children had died?
I was aware that her children, at the time, I was under the belief that both of her children had come into our ER and that, yes, that they were both dead.
Okay, well, did this cause some concern for you?
It did, especially before I received her because I did not know what she was aware of. I did not know if she was aware that both of her children were dead or what condition they may be in. I had no knowledge of what she would be aware of and was unsure what condition mentally and emotionally she would be in when I received her. So I was somewhat concerned as to how I was going to deal with that situation when she came into the intensive care unit.
Okay, did she make some other comments to you?
She did. Again, she stated several times, "How could anyone do this to my children?" And at one point in time, She also stated aloud that she had picked up the knife after the attacker dropped it, and she was concerned that maybe her fingerprints had obscured the attacker's fingerprints, and she was again kind of questioning whether she should have done that or not.
Okay. Now, when she made the statement about picking up the knife and obscuring the fingerprints with her prints, had you asked her anything about the incident?
No, absolutely not.
That was just an unsolicited response to you.
Yes, it was.
Now, was she just awake and alert at the time?
Yes.
She was just not in some type of shock and just droning on and on in her sleep.
No, not at all. It wasn't a consistent, she wasn't speaking consistently. This took place over maybe a matter of the first half hour, 40 minutes that she came out. Because again, initially I do my assessment and then I've got my paperwork that I've got to do, which I kind of stepped away from the bed at that time and filling out my paperwork. And back and forth between the little table we do our paperwork on and the bed many times through that initial half hour or so. So it wasn't a continuous dialogue that she had.
She would just make these comments
Periodically.
periodically. And where's your desk when you were working at it?
Again, it's more or less a bedside table that we use, and it's maybe within 6 or 8 feet from the bed.
Okay. Do you recall when she says, I picked the knife up, I wondered if I obscured the fingerprints? When she started wondering about that, did you answer her in any way?
No, I had nothing to say. I couldn't. There was absolutely no response that I could give her. The only thing that I did say was that I'm sure the police will do whatever they can.
Okay. Did she ask for or complain of any pain?
She did. Again, after she was in the intensive care unit for approximately 45 or 50 minutes, she was complaining of some pain to her right neck and her right forearm and asked if she could have some pain medication for that.
Okay. Right neck and right forearm?
Right,
Are you talking about the injury that was cut?
right, where her injury was.
Okay. Did she complain of pain anywhere else in her body?
No, she did not.
Okay. Did you give her any pain medication at that time?
No, I did not. I was informed that the Rolette police wanted to speak with her, and so I called my administrative supervisor, who had been in contact with the police, to find out if she knew when they may be coming up to question her or speak with her. I was concerned that I was going to give her some pain medications and it was going to make her very lethargic or sleepy when they came up to speak with her. So I contacted the administrative supervisor. She said that the Rolette police would be there in approximately 10 minutes. And they, at that time, I believe, sorry, and they, at that time, I believe, were down in the emergency room. I'm not too sure, but they did not come up in the 10-minute period. And then she complained once again of pain. We normally have a pain scale. So we have some way of quantifying how much pain patients are actually experiencing because everyone experiences pain a little differently. And we usually ask people to grade it on a scale of 1 to 5. And she graded her pain on about a 3 on a 1 to 5 scale. Then at that time, I did administer some pain medications to her, a very small amount.
What type of pain medication did she receive?
Is she messing up the amount? Look at the amount. She received Demerol, 25 milligrams, and Phenergen, which are two drugs we
Phenergan.
use. Phenergan, which are two drugs we use. They work together very well to relieve pain.
Okay. Did you give her a large dose?
I actually gave her a very small dose. The normal dose, they give you a range of normal dosages with most drugs. And then the lower range for Demerol is usually about 50 milligrams. And I gave half of that, which was 25 milligrams. So she received a very small dose. And I gave that to her with the intention that since her pain was not a real high level, that it would take the edge off. And if she was experiencing any pain, but would not completely subdue her or make her lethargic or sleepy.
Okay, you wanted her to be alert when the police were coming to talk to her.
Yes.
When you gave her the medication, was she alert?
Yes.
Okay, and were you present when the investigators from the Rowlett Police Department came and talked to her?
Yes, I was.
Okay, did she remain alert throughout that interview?
Completely.
Okay, how close were you to the officers when they were interviewing her?
At times I was standing at the bedside, and at other times I was at the bedside table doing notes, charting.
Okay, how many officers came in and talked with her?
There were 2.
Were they uniformed or plain clothes?
They were plain clothes.
And did she agree to speak to them?
Yes.
Okay, and approximately how long were they there?
They were there until I left about 7:05. I ended my shift about 7:05.
About what time did that interview begin? Do you remember?
They probably got there around 6 o'clock, 6:05. So they were approximately an hour,
Okay.
50 minutes maybe, while I was there.
Okay, since you were close in proximity, were you able to overhear their questions and her answers?
Yes.
And did they ask her questions about the incident that occurred?
Yes.
What do you remember her telling about what happened there?
The 2 detectives were standing at bedside, and they asked her to just kind of start at the beginning and proceeded in a very methodical way of asking her what had happened. And I do remember much of the responses that she had given, but there were times when I was not standing near the bed and was busy doing something else. I don't remember what she exactly said. As far as how it all started or how she was, what awakened her, the first thing that I recall is her stating that she was fending off an attacker with her hands.
Okay, and where was she when she was fending off the attacker?
A couch, sofa, something like that.
What's the next thing you remember her telling the detectives?
She went on to talk of how she did that and how the attacker at that point or shortly after that time left, ran out of the house from there.
Okay, what's the next thing you remember her saying?
She did say that the attacker dropped the knife, I believe, in the garage.
Okay.
And that once again that she picked up the knife, and at that point in time she said, I picked up the knife. I shouldn't have picked up the knife because I probably covered up the fingerprints. I shouldn't have picked up the knife.
The same thing she had told you earlier.
Exactly.
Did the officer ask about a description of this assailant?
Yes, they did. And initially they actually started by asking her ethnic background, skin color, things like that, build, type of clothes that the attacker might be wearing. And at that point in time, she stated that he was wearing a dark baseball top cap, dark t-shirt, and jeans.
Okay, did she say anything about if it was a white male, black male, Hispanic man?
I don't recall. And I don't recall her giving any particular description of any facial features or anything like that. The detectives did ask her what the general build of the attacker was, and they used themselves as examples. They said, was the attacker built like, and the 2 detectives were Detective Frosch and Patterson. If the attacker was built like either one of the 2 of them, and at that point in time, she said that the attacker was built similar to Detective Frosch.
Okay, were Detective Patterson and Frosch, are they different sizes?
Yes, Detective Frosch is much taller than Detective Patterson.
And she said that the attacker was built like Detective Frosch.
Correct.
Could I just have a moment to have Detective Frosch brought in, Judge?
Okay.
As soon as
Oh,
he's
sorry, that's me. As soon
Oh.
as he's presented, I'm going to take a morning break.
Okay, Judge.
Officer, if you will come on up, please, or detective, excuse me.
For identification purposes, is this Detective Frosch?
Yes, it is.
And is this the man Darlie Routier pointed as to having the build of the assailant?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And if you could, just turn around for us. Turn and face the jury, please. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 15-minute break. All right. Are both sides ready to bring the jury in and resume?
Where am I at?
Oh, sorry. It's right here. 14.
No, you're good. Yes, sir, we are ready, Your Honor.
Yes, the defense is ready to resume.
Can I just pause for just a second? I need to get a charger real quick.
Okay, yeah. All right, bring the jury in, please. I just wanted to finish that one. Okay. Yeah, so we'll wait. How's
I'm
everybody
gonna go
doing?
shut my door while she does that, so no
Yeah, go for
noise
it.
comes in.
How's everybody in chat doing? Thanks for everybody being so good in chat. Oh, you have a lab 15 years old or mixed small ones. Oh, it's a parrot. Wow. Okay, I had my last dog, Rocky. He was a lab chow mix. He was so sweet. I loved him.
Okay.
Man, I wanted a coffee so bad. I don't have.
You don't have one?
I did, but I finished it. I'll just wait. I mean, because it'll take me too long to go. Maybe halfway through or something, or like maybe in a little bit. But
you need a coffee machine in your room, in that room.
I know. I wish. I would be. I think I'd have a real big problem then. Oh my gosh. I should though. I could. It's easy to have a coffee pot, I guess, in your room, huh? Just,
Even like a Keurig. Like just put a Keurig up there.
Very tempting.
Yeah, but I mean, how many cups do you have a day?
Like 3.
Yeah, it might make you like shoot up to 5.
Yeah, probably. Probably. But my room will smell so good like coffee. I love the smell of coffee.
You're right, it does smell good.
Well, maybe I should. Well, you guys, you know what? Everybody say take a break. This would probably be a good time. Why don't you guys chat if Libra comes back in? Just tell her hold on, because I'm gonna go make a cup, guys.
Okay. I'll look at chat. No. I'll take time and look at chat.
Okay, and then if Libra does come back in, just
I'm here.
Oh,
I know
Libra,
you're going to make coffee. I can hear you.
Okay.
I needed to grab the charger for my laptop because I wasn't expecting it for it to go this low this quickly.
Okay. All right. I'll be back then. You guys could maybe discuss the case if you want.
Well, that sounds fun.
All right. See you in a few.
Go get your coffee, girl. What are you drinking, Libra?
Nothing right now. I think I might get some Kool-Aid.
I'm doing water. Plain old water.
Yeah. I'm a Kool-Aid girl.
What flavor Kool-Aid?
Cherry right now.
Yum.
Yep. Cherry. Sometimes tropical punch. I've been here lately. I've been drinking homemade lemonade, and I think I've had about enough of that just with acid reflux. I'm like, yeah, I need to change that one up.
Yeah, the SO is a lemonade lover, but I can't ever do lemonade. Like he's like a lemonade fanatic.
Yeah. Lemonade's so good, especially when you make it fresh. Always good to have.
I don't even.
Yeah.
Well, you're all fancy over there with fresh lemonade.
Yeah, I am fancy, I suppose.
I'm excited for your trip.
Me
to
too.
Waverly.
I'm so very excited. I can't wait. And I've been waiting for this for a really long time. And then like when the whole pandemic thing started, because we were supposed to go, and then they were like, nope, we're not doing anything. And just like scheduling had been crazy. And now that it's open, we're like, yes, get it.
Get it while you can.
Yeah, definitely.
And then the next time you guys need to stay at stay overnight at a haunted place.
Yeah, I definitely do want to stay at a haunted place at some point. So I think that would be fun. I wouldn't mind staying at like the Lizzie Borden house or the Velisca Axe house. I
Oh,
think
the
that would be
Velisca
pretty
Axe
cool.
Murder House. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I
That's
think that would be
crazy.
pretty cool.
Yeah, I love the paranormal, but I just can't, like, I don't think I could last like a night somewhere, like, at all.
Well,
Do you,
I mean, I've lived in haunted places before, so it's not a big deal to me.
yeah, I was gonna ask because you have like an SLS and you have so much equipment, you must have been able to use it prior, maybe at your current house? Are you using it? Can you
No,
hear
the
me?
current house that I live in is not. Um, no, because I don't have any. Um, there, there isn't any activity in this current house.
That's
Um,
good.
the one that I lived in prior to, yes, there was activity at that house. Um, and there was actually activity at another house before this. Um, so I just, I went through a really creepy experience. I know people would think that I'm like absolutely bonkers. Um, but there was a kid that was shot outside of my backyard
Oh my God.
in 2016. Um, and this is what actually got me started, like going through all this stuff was like recently after this kid was shot, um, something would be messing with me, like in my house.
Mm.
I would wake up and like blankets would be moving off of me. Like I would feel like I
Wow.
was being touched and tugged. So I ended up getting some equipment, and the kid that had been shot had started to communicate with me.
Wow.
And so, um, more or less, there was like a couple of days after this had started that it had said that I had some visitors, and they had the visitor identified herself as my great grandmother. And
Wow.
at the time before I married my new husband, I was previously married, and she told me that um, my husband was very, very sick. And this was in August of 2016. Um, Long story short, in October, he was diagnosed with stage 3 lung cancer. Um,
Wow.
and so um, he ended up going through 3 rounds of chemotherapy, 57 radiation treatments, and he ended up passing away from it.
I'm
But she had
sorry.
told me, thank you, but she had told me before this that he was sick and that this was what was going to happen and that
Wow.
I needed to be prepared. So
Wow.
um, I just, I don't know.
And she told you in a
She told me,
dream or
no, she told me on like a, a ghost PBPSB7. Like she straight
mm,
up told me like this is what it is. He's sick, it's
Okay.
in his chest area. She couldn't
wow.
tell me exactly what it was. And so for like a couple of weeks at first, like I thought she was talking about me. And so like I was just like crying and freaking out. And I was like, okay, there's something wrong with me. There's something wrong with me. And at the time, he was like, no, there's nothing wrong with you. That's just a hoax. Those things don't really work,
Mm,
blah, blah, blah. And then he ended up getting sick, and he was sick with um, what we thought was bronchitis because I took him to one hospital and they said, he's got, bronchitis, and we're not going to
mm,
give him antibiotics, go home, drink some liquids, take some Tylenol for the fever,
mm.
blah, blah, blah. But he was still sick 30 days later. He woke up with a temperature of 102.7. And
Wow.
I took him to another hospital, and the other hospital said, he has double pneumonia, a partially collapsed lung, and lung cancer.
Wow.
So it was just like a big, huge ordeal. But yeah, I mean, it made me a believer. It made me a strong believer in that. Um,
Yes.
and I
Wow.
mean, I had, some other experiences as a little girl. But this definitely, that experience personally, solidified it for me, like unbelievably.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Who are you talking about?
I was telling her like how I kind of got into the whole like paranormal thing.
That's what I was thinking. Okay.
So like in August of 2016, there was a kid who was brutally shot, like right outside my backyard. Like there was fencing up or whatever, but it was like an alleyway, like right next to my house. This kid was shot to death. The passenger was stabbed like 20 something times, and she didn't die. She actually survived. But I mean, like when it happened, like I did dial 911 and I, waited for paramedics to get there and police, and it was just unbelievably just crazy. But I started having paranormal experiences in my house after this kid died. I'm telling you, like covers would be pulled off of me. I would feel like somebody was tugging on me. It just,
Oh my gosh.
it was unbelievable.
Wow.
So, push come to shove, this kid had started to communicate with me. And after a couple of days of communicating with him, this thing had told me that I had visitors. And this visitor told me that it was my great grandmother. And she told me that at the time, because I was married before this, and my prior husband passed away from lung cancer. And she had actually told me in August of 2016, she said, he is sick. He's very, very sick. You need to get him to a doctor. She's like talking about the chest area. She didn't exactly say it was
Wow.
cancer, anything like that, but she was very adamant. You need to be careful. You need to get things in order. You need to move from where you're at. You need to, like, she was telling me all of these things.
Man, that's crazy. Wow.
So on October 31st, on Halloween in 2016, after I had already taken him to the hospital, on September 26th, they kept him in the hospital for a couple weeks. They did a bronchoscopy. They took a sample and everything else, and they had confirmed, yes, it's cancer. So they called us and let us know that, yeah, it was formerly cancer on October 31st, and they had diagnosed him. So, I mean, we had went like a couple days later, and they did tell us that it was at stage 3 and that they were starting chemotherapy and radiation and all of those things. And like I was telling her, he went through 3 rounds of chemotherapy, radiation, and 3 rounds of chemotherapy and 58 radiation treatments. The recommended that they were asking was for 6 rounds of chemotherapy and 60 radiation treatments. I mean, and he was only 35 years old. So I think that, it can hit you at any time, but that the whole experience completely solidified my belief in the paranormal. And I've had some experiences after that too. I mean, I've lived in a couple of houses that were haunted. Straight up, they were haunted. And I use my ghost equipment all the time, honestly. I do all the time. Another thing that I'll do, which may seem silly or whatever, but like if I'm exploring like a case or whatever, sometimes I'll use my ghost equipment while I'm, finding out information on this case and stuff like that.
Did you
How do I
use
know
it?
that person's not going to come through and be like, this is what happened to me?
You need to ask for Damon and Devin and see if they'll come through and talk to you.
Yeah, I haven't done that, but I mean, I suppose I could try. I'm a little bit nervous when it comes to kids versus adults. Just because that's a little bit more of a touchy subject. You know what I mean? But I mean, I did see there were a couple of people that were on YouTube that are like claimed psychics and stuff like that. And there was a woman who claimed that she had some interaction. Is Which one's the older? Is Devin the older one? Right. So she had said that she had interactions with him, but instead of coming to her in the form of a child,
he was in his 20s.
He came to her in his 20s. Yeah. So, I mean, and she really didn't get too
I don't believe
deep into it.
I've
I
seen
don't know.
her, like I've seen her and I've seen her other readings, and I'm sorry, like a lot of what she says are just
Wait,
things like out of headlines.
who
Mhm.
came to who? I missed who you were saying she was talking to.
The
Who was she?
psychic said that she was talking to Devin Routier
Oh, okay.
about what
Okay.
had happened to him.
Okay.
And she said, versus him coming to her in a child form, he came to her like he was 25 years old, is what she said, roughly. And I don't know. Um,
Well,
and
they
some,
do. Sorry, Libra, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
They just
Just,
like there was a couple of people that have said that about the Ramsey case, and have said she has come to them in her 20s as well. Like 2 people have said that. So they say sometimes kids come like that. I don't know.
yeah, I mean, they say that you can choose what form you come to somebody in or whatever, but like I just know that sometimes not all everything is accurate, you know what I mean, in some of those situations. I mean, I do know like for sure I've had 2 psychic readings within the past 2 years from somebody who said that they have had um contact with my late husband.
Mm.
Um and one of them for sure, like I knew without the shadow of a doubt that absolutely. Like there were things that were said that
Mhm.
nobody else knew at all.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, I think everything's different for everybody. And I don't know, but I really got into the paranormal and, you know, I just, I don't know. I believe in it. I know that there's, you know, the other side. I know there's something out there. And yeah, that's pretty
Wow.
much all
Pretty,
I.
pretty good story. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't mean that like a no, that's interesting. Like I've had a few experiences, but nothing like that. So, do you ever like record some of your findings or anything, or are
I
you planning
do.
on it? Okay.
I do actually. There's a case that I've been really interested in for some time now, and it's an unsolved murder case. It deals with a woman who was she was 23, about to be 24 years old. She lived in a town called Athens, Georgia. Her name
Mhm.
was Tara Louise Baker, and she was a law student at the University of Georgia. She was in her second semester, and somebody broke into her home. Um, they beat this girl like unbelievably bad. There is possible sexual assault that was related to the case, and then they set her house on fire. So like everything was completely engulfed in flames.
Mhm.
And so her family has been on the search for over 20 years trying to figure out what happened to her. And there was actually one night that I got together with a girlfriend of mine who's like a fellow like true crime aficionado. And I was like, you know, I got this ghost hunting equipment. Do you want to like sit down and kind of like do this? And we were over live chat and she was like, yeah. And we recorded our findings and there was some pretty chilling stuff that we found. So
Man, I would love to like do you ever do it live or like you could come on live and be doing it? I would love to do that. Or even it
I
doesn't even have to
could.
be live, but I think it'd be more like I don't know, it'd be cool doing it live. You should come. We should do it sometime. I would love to do that.
Definitely. I mean, who would you want to reach out to?
I don't even know. Let me think about that. But even if maybe somebody you want to, so you mean like who would I want to reach out to in the true crime world or a personal
Well, it
world?
doesn't, well, it could be anybody you want. True crime world, personal world, doesn't
Oh,
matter.
because I have
You
my
know,
sister. That would be interesting, but I don't know if I should maybe just limit it to like the true crime type situation. I don't know. Let me think about that. But if
right,
I would love to be live with you one day when you're doing it, that'd be so
right.
awesome.
And like this last summer, I was able to help. There was a lady that doesn't live too far away from us. Her daughter had passed away, and she was left with the daunting task of packing down her house. I mean, her daughter was a complete hoarder. I'm talking about like crazy hoarding. And I had been over there for a little bit over a week helping with like packing down stuff and everything. And while I was there, like the second day, this woman had, because I'm kind of like strange about who I mentioned, with ghost hunting equipment and stuff too. In some situations, you don't want to like cross the line, especially if something's really fresh. But she had been talking about her belief in like ghosts and the other side and communication and stuff. So I had asked her, I said, I do have ghost hunting equipment. Do you want me to, come over here and, bring this, and maybe try to reach out to her? And she was like, yes, absolutely. And so she had reached out to like all the sisters and the nieces and stuff like that. And they came out there, and the daughter was actually able to communicate a message to the niece while we were there. And it was very, very
Wow.
like,
Emotional.
yes,
bet,
extremely
man.
emotional.
Yeah,
So
that's good.
That's why I don't know if I want to keep like the personal aspect out of it for myself. I don't know if I like, I don't know, but like definitely like
Yeah.
maybe a true crime case, like you could be at a
Shanann.
certain a site or something. Or where are you at
Yeah.
again, Libra?
I'm in Indiana.
Indiana.
I'm like one state over from you.
Delphi.
In fact, no, I'm 45.
Ooh.
I'm actually 45 minutes away from Delphi. Honestly,
Okay.
I'm 45 minutes away. I live about 15 minutes away from where Barry and
Yeah.
Susan Morphew, where their house was here in Indiana. I live like 15 minutes from there.
Wow. Yeah, we'll have to definitely do something. And I live close enough that we could always even get together and do something. I mean, Indiana
I'm
is.
telling you, see that, and I'm not very far from Ohio either. I probably about, I'd say it was like a 2 hour and some change drive to like Cleveland, where my husband did his training.
Oh, wow. And I'm only about an
So-
hour from Cleveland. So,
Oh my God, you guys
Yeah.
are close.
yeah.
You guys
Yeah.
are really close.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. We'll have to definitely. maybe
Definitely.
work
We could get together
some-
and do something. I mean,
Yeah. I would love to do a ghost thing with you, like a ghost hunting thing. I would love to do that.
Oh
that
my
would
God,
be
you guys have to.
awesome.
And then
That
you
would
gotta
be
do
totally
it
awesome.
live. You
Yeah.
gotta videotape it so we can
And
see.
I've got one of those like stream sticks too that we can like hold the device
Oh,
or whatever and like walk around.
yeah.
And it's supposed to be one of those ones that doesn't have like the shaky type deal to it or whatever. It's supposed to be
Okay.
like really steady. I haven't used it yet
Ah.
though, so that would be something to do.
Yeah, let's think of some sites maybe
Yeah.
that are kind of not too far from either of us, and like or either around like Indiana or Ohio or even like any of
There's another case that was close to me. I don't know if you ever heard about the Shanda Share case.
No.
But it was a 12-year-old girl here who was lured out by 4 teenage girls that she went to school with. One was 14, one was 15, one was 17, and the other was 16. And they had literally like done some really messed up things to this little girl because they accused the little girl of messing with one of the girl's girlfriends.
I think.
Okay.
Tell me the name while you're explaining it. Tell me her name again. I think it might be the one.
Her name is Shanda Share.
Shanda Share.
SHANDA SHARER. Shanda Share.
Are you
Okay.
gonna bring it
So-
up, Sav?
The girls that were involved were Melinda Lovelace, which was the main girl who was like the instigator who had accused her of, and this girl was like 12 years old. This other girl was 16. So she had accused her of having some sort of an intimate relationship with her older girlfriend, Amanda. The second girl that was involved was Mary Lorraine Tackett. There was Hope Ripley and Tony Lawrence. So they lured this little girl out under the pretense that she was going to be going and visiting Amanda. And they took her to this place called Witch's Cove, which is like this area that's like got like a cave or whatever that's off the side of the highway, and they had started like torturing this little girl. They made her stripped naked, they were beating her, they had stabbed her, they had, there was a lot of cars driving by, so at one point they made this girl get into the trunk of the car, and every single time this little girl would beat on the trunk of the car, they would hit this little girl with a tire iron.
Okay, this isn't the one I was thinking of. Okay, go ahead.
No, they also sodomized this little girl with a tire iron. And she had lived through quite a bit of of blows. I mean, this was a horrendous case. This was one of the most horrendous cases in the state of Indiana. And so eventually what they did was they took this little girl out to a field, and she was still alive even after they had hit her so many times and done all of these things to her. They stopped at a gas station. They picked up a 2 liter of Pepsi. They drank the 2 liter of Pepsi. They filled the 2 liter of Pepsi with gas. They took the little girl out into the middle of the field. They poured half the 2 liter of gas on this little girl, and they set her on fire.
Oh my
Not only
God.
that, after they set this little girl on fire with half of the 2 liter of gas, these people went to McDonald's and went to go have breakfast and even joked about how the cooked sausage looked like this little girl's body. But they
Oh
weren't
my
done yet.
God.
They wanted to make sure that this little girl was completely and utterly dead. So they drove back to the scene and they poured the rest of the gasoline on this little girl. She did not die from the stab wounds. She did not die from the beatings, from the tire iron. She did not die from the sodomization. She actually died from the smoke inhalation.
Oh my God. So she
So,
was like
yeah.
even burning
Oh my
alive.
God.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
And you think
And
4 people, out of those 4 people, there wasn't one person that said, we've gone a little far, guys. Like, let's not burn her.
well, 2 of the girls, like they had went back to Lori's house at one time. And so the two youngest girls, the 14 and 15-year-old, said, "We're not going back out there." You know what I mean? Like, we're staying here. But the other 2, Lori and Melinda, made sure to go back out there. And later on, one of the girls, I can't remember whether it was, I believe it was Tony. She went actually to, she told her parents, and they went to the police station and they let the police know, like, you know, what had happened or whatever. And they all 4 were sentenced to the Indiana Department of Corrections. However, a lot of time wasn't served. I mean, Tony got out first, Hope got out second, Lori got
Man.
out third, and just within the last couple of years, the last woman, Melinda, was finally released.
Wow.
She was
So
released.
she was released. They are all 4 out walking the streets.
Oh my
Wow,
God.
All
that's
4 of them.
And what are they, like 40 years old? Like murderers? Just, that's crazy.
Let's see. I'll have to look.
I mean, come on. That's horrible. But I mean, time served, right? Everyone
Yep.
has
Yeah, the one
time
girl served
served.
24 years of a 60-year sentence.
Whew.
Yep.
She's 43 now. The loveless
Yep.
girl. Wow.
Yep. And she trained dogs for the dog program at the state prison, which I don't know if you are aware of what a dog program at the state prison is, but they get these animals and they train them to be helpmates to people who are disabled and need a dog. Well, there was like a big controversial thing because Shandashare's mother had gotten one of these dogs to donate to this dog program so that the dog would be trained. And guess who got the dog to train?
Melinda.
Melinda.
Oh
And
my God.
the mother had come out the woodworks, you know, and pretty much said, like, you know, this was a terrible tragedy, but I want, you know, to move on, and I want to forgive her like my daughter would forgive her, you know. And it was just awful. It was an awful case.
Wow.
So yeah.
All righty. Well, wow, that is crazy. Yeah, I was thinking of another one, but yeah, this is even more. Oh, wow.
Gut wrenching.
Yeah, man.
4 kids and not
All
one of
right.
them with like any brains in between them all.
Oh, man. All right. Well, where is this at? So you're saying that there's a possibility we could go there? Is that why we brought this up?
Did we lose her?
Oh, yeah, we did. Hold on a
Boy.
second. Yeah, we did, huh?
Libra.
She'll be back, I'm sure.
Yeah, I would be really excited to see you guys do ghost hunting.
Yeah,
I
that'd
just
be awesome. I've always wanted to do it, but I never, I used to go with like my sister. We never had like equipment or anything, but we look for we would hear of haunted places and then we would just go there as like when we we're in high school. I
Right.
was like in grade school, she was in high school, or even throughout when I was like, freshman, sophomore in high school. And we would just go there before like we had, before most people have like this equipment now. We didn't have any of that, but I would love to now that it's accessible to a lot of people.
Right.
Like you could go get it much easier than when I was younger. It was probably like super expensive back then, so yeah, I mean, I would love to. I was even thinking about today, like purchasing something, but then I'm like, I don't know, but like maybe get a little bit of experience with her and see if it's something that I'd be interested in ever.
Right.
Look, I don't know.
Yeah, I can't, like, I'm too sensitive for that stuff. Like I had to block all that stuff out. Because I'm like, I used to be able to see auras.
Wow.
And then I'm like, not anymore. My niece can. She's 13. She can see them. So I have her read my aura like every once in a while. I'm like, what color am I today?
Wow.
But yeah, like I don't know. Like for me, I would need a lot of protection to use like an SB7.
See, that's what I'm a little nervous about, that aspect of it, like
just make sure you like think that you're covered in, look up ways people protect themselves so that things don't enter you, or attach.
See, a part of me thinks that any of the paranormal stuff that we could be in contact with is all evil. Like because I've been ever since like I started trying to like get into the Bible, which I've kind of been slacking, but I tried to, like, when I first moved back home and stuff. And I feel like, well, no, not necessarily. Never mind. Actually, I had talked to a friend about that and never mind. I take that back. Never mind. I was just thinking about this conversation I had, and it is actually possible. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's all evil, but I don't mean, okay. I mean that as far as that they're not human. It was never like a human. There's angels and there is good forces and good paranormal, but like it wouldn't be like a human that died that you would be talking to, because they are actually waiting for the second coming. If you believe in the Bible, so they're not like floating around in this other world, they're waiting. They will be when the second coming of Jesus. As far as the Bible, I don't know. So that's where I kind of, but I mean, so then a part of me is like, okay, do I really want to put myself out there for just evilness? So I don't know what I believe, and I'm still a little bit confused, I guess.
I think it'll be good with Libra because you can like see that it, like as long as you're
with her, I would like to go, but I'm talking about like doing it like if I really got into it and like purchase my own stuff. But like, as far as just going with her, I would go with her a few times, definitely. Yep.
Yeah. You got your coffee going.
Yeah, now we're waiting on Libra. So this is going pretty quick. We made it through. This is the most witnesses we made it through in one night because they were shorter. If we could maybe finish this one and then do one more, and that should take us to about maybe a little bit after 11, because then she said she has to go. She said she could stay a little bit later, but a little bit later would be a little bit after 11, and then I do want to do another live. So yeah, that's my plan. We'll do this and then do another one if she comes back. That is. Are you, Libra?
Libra. She's not waiting this time.
No, nope, not yet.
Maybe.
So wait, where did we leave off? Oh, when they took a break and then they're back. Okay, I got it.
I think it's 15. Toby shook, right?
Yeah. Man, you're good. Yep.
Okay.
I don't know. Usually she comes back quicker, and she's still. Oh, there's a lot more to go on it. Well, there's another almost 30 more pages just on this witness. So yeah, we probably should start it right away when she comes back. Try to get 2 more witnesses out of the way.
So back to what do you think about Routier at this point since we started this? Like, what has changed for you?
Me? I don't know. I kind of went one way, and then when I kind of was starting to like think something different, and then when Libra just told me about some of the new stuff that she was finding about the lies and stuff, I want to look into that, because then that makes me think, I really don't know. I feel like I'm still just as confused. Like, I feel like that I have a lot of doubt, and I definitely have doubt that it happened the way they said, and I have doubt, like I've always had doubt about them as far as them lying and them telling the truth, like the prosecution and the state and stuff. I just can't make sense out of that sock. That sock makes no sense to me either way. If there's an intruder or not. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know. No, I feel like I'm even a little bit more confused now since I started just this last time. Right. I feel like I started off coming back to this case. I started off thinking that I didn't think she did it, and then I started thinking, just the last one, I started thinking, oh my God, maybe it was her and Darren had this plan for this botched robbery, and it was a robbery gone wrong. So I guess that's kind of where I'm at right now. I feel like it was maybe a plan they had and something went wrong. Because I just feel like just her remark at the hospital saying they killed him, and then he, like, I feel like there's somebody in mind that she's talking about when she's naming like they and he, like it's somebody that she's aware of. And then I saw a little bit of a part of a video that I have to watch. I have to find it now where I saw it, because I didn't end up getting to watch it, but it was saying that this letter that she wrote in prison to somebody, that she said that she knew who the killer was. Did you guys see that? Like, yes. I know who killed my kids or whatever, or I know who killed them and stuff. So it's like,
but she named her neighbor.
Oh, she did? See, I didn't get to read all of it. I just saw that quick little thing. Her neighbor?
Neil, I believe it was. But the thing, what do you think about Darren changing his story about what woke him up?
Oh, wait, what do you mean changing the story about what woke him up?
Like, so in 1996, he said, I heard glass break, and that made me wake up, right? And everyone's kind of been questioning that and putting that out there this whole time. Like, oh, really, Damon? Like, so you didn't hear like an intruder, but you heard this little teeny wine glass break, and that like made you all the way in your room in your 3,000 square foot house, made you blah, blah. So now, like the interviews he's done now, he says, I heard, the first thing I heard that made me wake up was Darlie screaming. So
an interview with him just either was today or last night, where he had said, this is how he said it. He said, I heard a noise that sounded like a glass break, and then I heard Darlie screaming, Darren, or Devin, or something like that. Or wait, was she saying Devin or Darren? But anyway, that's what she kind of like almost lumped them together, like they happened like right after each other, So that was the interview I had just watched. He said it. But I don't know. No, I don't trust him. I think there's definitely something up with him. Like, he's not an innocent bystander at all. He was involved way more than what he said. I think it could be a plan that both of them, and that's why she just, there's stuff about her that doesn't make sense, because maybe it was a plan they both had and something went wrong. I just really don't think that she killed them. Well, I guess I can't say. I don't know. That's where I'm at right now. I think it was something messed up in their plan.
I think I'm at the same place.
Libra, you're back. You changed your picture.
Yes. I had to connect from my laptop. I was reading the transcripts off of my laptop, and I had connected through my phone. But my phone, I put it in the charging thing, and then I didn't realize that the end of the USB port came out of the plug-in. So like when my phone died, I was like, what in the world's going on? Why did it do that? And then I looked down and I'm like, oh, so that could be the culprit. So on my laptop, it's a different picture than what I have when I connect with my phone.
Okay, cool. I feel like you're staring at me. I mean, not in a bad way. I mean, I feel like we're looking. That came out weird. I feel like
it's all right.
All right, let's do this. Let's continue so we could try to get another witness done too. So we're still on Christopher. They took a 15-minute break and now they're back, right? I think that's what happened.
Okay.
Isn't that what
number
happened?
are we on?
Yeah.
What number
Okay.
are we on?
Yeah. We're
hold
on 15. Toby shook.
Oh, what is that noise?
Are you cleaning
Which way?
something? It's
No?
coming from your thing,
Oh, it's when
Libra,
you're typing, I think. That's
or
a,
going
it's
to.
it's weird. It sounds like a pounding rather than a typing, but I think it's when you're typing. Type something.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's typing. Okay. Wow, that's loud when you type. Try to hold off on that or until you
I
can be
was
on
just
mute.
using the down button because,
Oh.
like, I'm trying to figure out where I'm at. 'Cause-
Oh, okay. So I think it's page 16. Hold on. Yeah,
Oh, hold
no,
on. Let me
page 12.
share. Here, hold on. Let me share where we're at. It's right here. We're all right here.
Page 12, number 16.
Yeah.
Okay, page 12, number 16. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I believe we left off. Okay.
Yes.
I believe we left off where you were explaining where Mrs. Routier had pointed to Detective Frosch as having a similar build of the attacker.
Correct.
Okay. Did the detective ask her about stolen property?
They did. In the course of their questioning, ask her if she noticed anything at all was stolen or missing from the home, and she said no. And she went on to state how she had some jewelry laying out in the open and how that was not stolen. And then went into great detail on the type of jewelry that it was and talked about the type of rings, different baguettes. And excuse me, I'm not that well versed on jewelry terminology, but she went into what seemed to me to be great detail on the actual jewelry that was laying out.
Okay. How long did when you left at 7, were they still there? They were still there, is that right?
Correct.
Could you describe how the detectives conducted the interview?
Very methodical. They were very unobtrusive. I mean, they just simply asked her to tell them what she knew. And then after she made the statement, they would go back and over the statement in more detail. For instance, asked about the attacker. They took her back and asked if the attacker had a hat on, what type of build, what type of skin color, facial features, clothing, etc., etc.
Okay.
That was the first time I'd ever heard anyone being questioned, and it seemed to be very methodical.
Did they badger her in any way or anything like that?
You know, Mulder should object here, because if this is the first time this witness is hearing somebody get questioned like that, why would they be asking this? Okay, not at all. No,
Did they try to suggest answers to her?
not at all. No,
Okay. Did she appear during this entire interview to understand the questions?
completely.
Did she appear to be alert in every way?
Yes,
Okay. You've seen victims of shock, is that right?
correct. Yes,
Was she under shock at all from what you could tell?
no,
Suffering in any way from this anesthesia in any way?
no,
Okay. The slight amount of pain medication you gave her, did she seem to be affected by that in any way?
no.
Okay. Now you said is there a blood pressure alarm that was hooked up to her?
Correct.
How could you explain to the jury how that was hooked up?
Again, you have an artery. It's called your radial artery, which runs down through this portion of your arm. And they have a small, what they call a catheter, which is actually a small tube like an IV catheter that they would insert. But they insert into the radial artery, and it directly monitors the actual pressure in that artery. So it's the most accurate means that we have of determining blood pressure. It gives you a direct measure of what the pressure is. So she had a catheter inserted into this artery and then a line that comes out and is connected to the machinery.
Does that have an alarm installed on it?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and what is that alarm for?
The alarms are set in case the blood pressure were to drop too low or go too high. The machine will alarm to alert you just in the event that you weren't at a particular time happening to look right at the monitor, which has a readout of what the blood pressure is, because it's a continuous monitor. It monitors the blood continuously. So the alarm will alarm to let you know something's wrong.
Had the alarm gone off with Miss Routier?
Yes, it did.
When did it go off?
It alarmed when the detectives were questioning her.
Okay. And when you heard the alarm go off, what did you do?
At the time I was seated at the bedside table, slightly behind the detectives. They were right at the bedside. And when the alarm went off, I immediately stood up and looked at the monitor, and it was alarming what we call a false alarm, which was alarming an extremely high blood pressure reading, which in most cases is false. And as I walked over and looked, it was because she was moving her left arm and bending her wrist. And with those types of monitors, essentially what happens is if you move your left arm or the arm that the monitor is in, they're very sensitive. So you could bend your wrist or bend your arm up, and you can essentially pinch off the catheter or fool the catheter, which will cause it to read the false high pressure in there. And that's what hers was doing at that point in time.
So she's moving her arm around, and that's causing it?
That's causing it to alarm, yes.
Okay. Did you explain that to her and the detectives?
Yes, at that time, I walked over there, and both of the detectives turned to me, and they were concerned because they didn't know, weren't familiar with the equipment. They just heard the alarms going off and immediately asked me if everything was okay, which at the time I told them the same thing that I explained to you, that it was a false alarm, and explained that also to Mrs. Routier, and explained to her that if she could just keep her left arm stable and relatively still, that it would no longer alarm like that.
Okay. Now, when she was in your care, did you notice that? Did she seem upset to you somewhat?
She was. Her eyes were tearful, but she had a very flat effect.
Okay.
Didn't seem to have a lot of emotion.
Okay. Is that what you mean by flat effect?
Yes.
Was that the reaction that you were expecting when you heard the background of why she was admitted?
Actually, no. I was, again, as I stated earlier, I was concerned that maybe this person would be emotionally distraught or hysterical. Didn't really know what to expect, but that was a kind of what I thought I might be experiencing and in store for. So I was thinking that I would need to prepare for a patient that was in that emotional state.
Okay, but you saw this flat effect.
Yes.
Okay. You did see some tears, is that right?
Yes.
What type of tears did you see?
Her eyes were kind of welled up a little bit with water and with tears, an occasional teardrop. And she still had on her eye makeup. And so I don't know how much of that ran from the tears at that time, but some of the eye makeup had run down onto her upper cheeks.
Okay. You made note of that in your nurse's notes, is that right?
Yes.
Do y'all keep notes there by the bedside?
Yes.
What are those called?
There are nurse's notes. They call them focus notes.
Okay. And what are the purpose of focus notes?
Essentially, in the intensive care unit, we have two ways of charting patient care or patient condition. We have got an assessment flow sheet, which saves us time, where, as I stated earlier, we look at each system in the body, and there are different sections. And then there was the standard assessment values that you would mark off, which saves you time. And then we have other sheets that are called focus notes, where anything that would be part of the ordinary, out of the ordinary, that didn't fit in the normal parameters or what we consider normal for that particular system, we would then chart in order to keep track of what's gone on with that patient's care. That's essentially what the notes are for.
All right. Let me show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 52A and ask you, is that a photograph of Miss Routier?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you see the large bruise there all along her right arm?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, as your experience as a nurse there at Baylor, have you seen bruises and injuries like that often?
Yes.
Okay. Do y'all call that blunt trauma causing this type of bruises?
Just by looking at the photograph, I would. My experience would lead me to believe that that was caused by some sort of blunt trauma.
Okay. Now, while she's in your care, do you make a careful assessment of her physical condition, injuries, things like that?
Yes, yes.
Okay. At any time, did you see any injury to her right arm that would have caused this type of bruising?
I did not. When I was taking care of her, the only thing on her right arm was the actual injury that she had to the upper right arm, which had a dressing on it. And I did not see any other bruising or swelling that would be consistent with something like that or any other areas of the arm.
If Miss Routier had received some blunt force trauma or blunt trauma enough to cause this type of bruising, let's say on the 6th of June around 2:30 in the morning, would you have seen evidence of those injuries on her right arm?
I would have seen, probably not to that extent, but I would have seen the beginnings of it.
Okay, so this would have been, you saw her from 5 to 7, is that right?
Right,
So we're talking about a 2.5 to 3.5, almost 4 hours later.
right,
You would have seen some evidence of that injury.
right,
And these are things you check for, right?
correct.
You didn't see it.
No,
Okay. Also states exhibit number 52N. Do you recognize it shows a photograph of a hand bruising to the left wrist and arm area?
yes,
Did you see any evidence of that type of injury?
I did not.
Okay.
At that time, no.
And can we see where on that particular, in this photograph, let's just assume this is Miss Routier's hand, that where you had IV hookups. What can you see on this photograph? What you can see on the photograph is if you look at this little spot here, that would have been where the arterial um,
Do you want me to
arterial
do it?
monitor was inserted. This was obviously taken after that was removed at some point in time. Oh, whoops.
Go
My
ahead.
bad.
It's okay.
Okay. She didn't have any IVs hooked up to her right side, did she?
No,
You didn't see any evidence of injuries to her left side?
no, I did not.
Again, is that something that you would have looked for?
Yes,
Okay. Now, did the Rowlett police contact you sometime later, I think actually in July, on the first day of July, and have you write out an affidavit?
yes, they did.
Okay, and where did that take place?
At the Rolette Police Department?
Did you execute a 3-page affidavit?
Yes, I did.
Did you just kind of write it out in your own words?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall who asked you to do that?
Detective Frosch.
Okay, let me show you. If I could get this marked. Let me show you a 3-page document marked States Exhibit 55 and take a look at those 3 pages, please.
Okay.
Does that appear to be a copy of the affidavit that you gave to the Rowlett Police Department?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Judge, that's all the questions I have, and I will turn the affidavit over to him.
Mr. Mulder.
Judge, I have not seen this. Would you bear with me a while I read it quickly?
All right.
Okay, so Mr. Wheelgauze, you have no doubt had an opportunity to read this statement, or perhaps have a copy of it yourself, do you not?
Yes, I do.
So you were able to, I guess, review it as much as you wanted to in preparation for your testimony today.
I did review it, yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say, Mr. Wilgoss, that prior to the time that you gave this statement, you were questioned to some degree by the detectives?
Prior to that date?
Right. In writing out the statement.
Well, that was the first time the police had contacted me.
Okay. So you had seen them on the 6th of June only, and only on that date?
Correct.
Okay. And saw them for, I believe you said you got off at 7 o'clock? So whatever time they got up there until your shift was over.
Right.
You left promptly at 7, I assume.
Approximately 7:05.
Okay. And is it, you didn't hear anything from them until July the 1st of 1996?
Correct.
Did they come to Baylor Hospital to see you?
They called me and asked me if I would be able to come out to roulette. They contacted me at work
Okay.
because I work nights. They contacted me while I was at work and asked me if I'd come out to the roulette police department.
When you got off work.
No, we set up a date several days after that.
Okay. And so they contacted you a couple days before July the 1st.
Correct.
And you made arrangements. Did you go out there on your day off?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess you renewed your acquaintanceship with Federal Frosh and Detective Patterson?
Well, presented myself to them.
Shook hands with them?
Right.
They said, remember us?
Yes.
You said, yeah, I remember y'all. You were the ones that came up there to see Miss Routier.
Right.
Words to that effect.
Yes.
They said, do you remember, I assume? Oh, I assume they said, do you remember at that time that we were up there talking to her? Do you remember back if she appeared to be alert at that time? Did they ask you that?
They did ask me if she was alert at that time.
Okay. And had you, in preparation for this meeting, I bet you had gone back and reviewed your notes, hadn't you?
No, I had not
Had not? Okay.
had the opportunity to do that at that point in time.
Okay, but you're telling this jury that prior to the time that you went out and met with him July the 1st of 1996, you had not had an opportunity to review your notes?
I did not review my notes.
Okay, so, and you're sure about that?
Yes.
Okay, so at any rate, you visited with them. About how long did you all talk before they asked you to give a statement?
I would say approximately 15 minutes. Approximately 15 minutes.
Okay, y'all just basically chatted about what had gone on the 6th while they were there?
I actually asked them several questions, asked them why they were interested in having me come out to fill out a statement.
Okay.
And they answered my questions, and then we went on to ask me, they asked me at that point in time, they asked me to fill out an affidavit.
Let me ask you this. When is the last time you saw the prosecutors before today? Before this morning? And here in court?
I did see the prosecutors yesterday.
Okay. And yesterday evening?
No, yesterday morning.
Morning? Which ones did you see?
I saw Prosecutor Shook.
Okay. You talked to him yesterday morning?
Just in passing.
Sure. Just pass the time of day with him. Good morning. How are you, Toby?
Correct.
And when did you come down here?
We came down here Monday night.
Okay. You say we. Who did? Did you come down with someone?
I came down on. We flew down out of Love Field in Dallas with several other subpoenaed witnesses.
Okay. Who'd y'all come down with?
There were several other Baylor employees.
Do you know who they were?
I do know who they are, yes.
Could you share that with us, please?
Judge, I'll object to relevance who he came with.
Overruled. I'll let him answer that question. Go ahead.
I came down with several of the nurses from the 4 ICU and also a nurse from the emergency room and one of the residents.
Do you remember what their names were?
I was not acquainted with these people before we actually came to Kerrville, so I'm not aware of all their last names, but at this point in time, I do know their first names.
Tell us their first names, if you would, please.
There was a nurse, first name Paige, and a nurse, first name Jody. Another nurse, first name was Jody. There's a nurse, Denise, and a Dr. DeLong was the resident.
Okay, so we've got 2 Jodys, a Paige, and a Denise.
That's correct.
Okay, y'all have been staying out at the Holiday Inn, haven't you?
Correct.
I assume you have lunch together or eat dinner together, things like that while you're waiting here to testify?
At times.
Okay, kind of allowed you to, I guess, get acquainted a little bit better?
To some extent, yes.
I mean, not much to do out there, is there, except watch TV?
No, there's not a lot to do.
Pretty cold to go outside, rainy.
Yes.
Have you all talked about your testimony?
Actually, we've been instructed not to.
Okay. And had you met with prosecutors back in Dallas?
Yes, I did.
And when was that?
I don't remember the exact date, sometime in November.
Okay. And where was it that y'all met?
They had come out to my apartment.
Okay. Who came out there?
Investigator Basillo and Attorney Shook.
Okay. Is that the only contact you had with them?
Previous to that, I had contact with Investigator Basillo Baylor Medical Center.
And did he have your affidavit with him when he came out to visit with you?
I do not recall if he had the affidavit at that time.
But he talked to you at that time, did he?
Yes, he did.
What was the first contact you had with anyone from the DA's office? Or was that the first contact you had with anyone from the DA's office?
Correct.
Okay. So you met with Mr. Shook how many times?
Once.
Okay. And then you passed the time of day with him here the other day?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't participate in any dress rehearsal or anything, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, did the detectives, when they talked to you, did they ask you, do you recall when I questioned her about such and such? And do you recall when I asked her about the description? Did they ask you anything like that?
No, they simply asked if I recalled them questioning her.
And that's it?
The detectives?
Yes, sir.
When I was in Rowlett?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you're telling the jury that you didn't go over your notes in preparation for your interview with them when you gave your affidavit.
That's correct.
Okay. And this may be, I don't mean to be splitting hairs here, but you notice when you gave a description of your affidavit, how you described her. Are you familiar with it enough, or would you like to look at it? Or do you have your own copy?
No, I would like to look at it.
Okay. Did you find anything in there where you described her as crying, visibly upset?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you say exactly. Crying, visibly upset.
Correct.
Okay. And that was in your affidavit as well.
Yes.
Okay. You had told us something here about, and I assume you didn't make any notes at that time, did you?
Take any notes at what time?
At the time that this interview was going on at the Rowlett Police Department.
Right. No, I did not.
And you were tending to other things, or were you just... You want me to read that? I think the jury is having a tough time hearing. You might want to raise your voice a little. Can everybody hear him? Okay, speak into the microphone loud then. Go ahead. Okay, they asked you when you gave your affidavit to make it as complete as you possibly could, didn't they?
They simply asked if I would write an affidavit.
Okay, and were you told, or did you understand that you should make it as, of course, you're the type of guy that, as a nurse, you make things as complete as you possibly can anyway, don't you?
Yes, we do, yes.
And it is a part of your business to be accurate, isn't it?
That's correct.
That's why you put that when she came into your unit, she was visibly upset and she was crying.
That's what I stated.
Not just tears, a little water in the eyes, but she was actually crying, wasn't she? And that's what you put down there.
I did put down she was crying, yes.
Okay, you put it down because it's true, isn't it?
She was crying.
All right. And you told the jury about how you listened to them question her. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. In your statement, you said that, and I believe you testified to this too, that you had been advised by someone that the Rowlett Police Department officers were there and wanted to question Miss Routier. Is that correct? Or is that right?
That is correct.
And you said that's why you delayed giving her medication, correct?
Well, that's why I called to find out how long they might be, yes.
And you delayed any medication at that point, did you not?
Approximately 10 minutes, yes.
Okay. And then, so I think you noted in there that you were advised that they wanted to question her about 6 o'clock or thereabouts.
I don't recall the exact time. At the time that I was called down, they said that they would be there in approximately 10 minutes.
All right. And they didn't show up, did they?
Correct.
So you went ahead and administered some medication to her, some Demerol, and then another drug that keeps your stomach from being upset.
Correct.
Okay. And about what time was that done?
Approximately 5:50.
Okay. Did you chart it in there at 6:05?
I may have.
Okay. That would be the time that it was actually given then, I guess. Wasn't it? Wouldn't it be? Whatever is the charted time.
Well, that would be the most accurate time.
Okay. And then you said it was about how long before they came up?
Approximately 10 minutes.
Okay. Of course, you had other things you were attending to. You weren't just standing there waiting on them, were you? Tapping your foot?
Waiting on the police.
Yeah.
No. I was attending to the patient.
Okay. And you had other chores, I assume, like making notes on your charts and things like that.
Yes.
Okay. The point I'm making is you weren't just standing there tapping your foot waiting for the police officers to get up there, were you?
No, I was not.
Okay. The police came up about 15 minutes or so after you had administered the Demerol.
I would say 10 to 15 minutes, yes.
That's what you're saying. You're saying 10 to 15 minutes, if I understand it correctly.
Yes.
So that is going to put them up there at about 6:15 or 6:20, something like that.
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And did you have anything else to attend to at that time?
The patient?
And that's it?
Correct.
Were there other patients in the ICU?
Yes, there were.
About how big is the ICU room?
The particular room they're set up in different pods, they call them.
Okay.
And each pod has 4 beds. In this particular case, this was the only patient in this pod.
Okay. But how many other pods did you have?
Are there on the unit, or was I responsible for?
No, on the unit.
There are 7.
Okay. I mean, I may have the wrong conception of this, but I visualize a room is as big as this room.
Each pod?
No, the entire room.
It's not an entire room. It's actually a portion of an entire floor
Okay.
with a hallway. And off the hallway are separate rooms, which we call pods. They each have 4 beds and 4 patients.
All right. Well, there's some privacy in there where they were able to question her. Is that right?
Yes.
And you just sat there and listened? Is that your story pretty much?
Well, I was there while they were questioning her performing my responsibilities.
What were your responsibilities?
Again, tending to the patient and monitoring the patient and doing all of the paperwork required to admit the patient into the intensive care unit.
How much paperwork is involved in that?
Well, do you want pages, or I don't know how you want me to quantify that.
Well, I want to know if you're just making a couple of check marks and signing your name, or if there's something that requires, some thinking.
Well, there's quite a bit that requires a lot of thinking, yes.
Okay, well, all right. Well, I assume you're attending to your stuff and letting the police. You don't anticipate at that time that you're going to be down here testifying, did you?
No, I did not.
So you're making sure that what you're doing is accurate as opposed to monitoring the police interrogation. Is that fair to say?
I was not monitoring the police interrogation, but I could not help but overhear portions of it.
I understand, but it's kind of like when you're working on a project and the TV set is on, something like that.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily an accurate analogy.
You don't like that analogy?
No.
All right. You've done that, haven't you? Where you'll have the TV set on, maybe somebody else is over there watching TV and you're concentrating on that and you're doing paperwork and you don't know whether the Cowboys are winning or losing.
I'm not a big Cowboys fan, so I wouldn't know.
Well, that's a better analogy. You're not a big Cowboy fan, so you wouldn't be paying attention. So you'd be tending to your business, whatever you're doing, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you tried to be as accurate as you could in this state's exhibit number 55. And you told us, you said something about a struggle. Is that right? Is that right?
I didn't use the word struggle. I said that
What did you say? A struggle with her attacker or something like that.
was defending herself.
Defending herself, right. Would you show me in there where you say that?
I don't have it stated in the affidavit.
Do you want to look through the whole affidavit so you can make sure?
Okay. No, I don't state that specifically in this affidavit.
Okay, I guess you weren't, that didn't seem important to you at the time?
Well, I didn't think I was going to be required to state in detail their entire questioning.
Well, just a casual reading of this, you spend more time really on the jewelry and rings and stuff like that, don't you?
Judge, I'll object. If he's going to keep referring to the document in general, then we would object to that unless it's put into evidence.
Sustained.
Yes, sir. But you do address the jewelry to some extent, don't you?
I do. That was something that stuck out very specifically in my mind.
Okay. Mr. Wheelgoss, in your position as a nurse, you have seen, I guess, people who have been victims of trauma, I guess, on a daily occurrence, do you not?
Yes.
Okay. Could you give us based on your expertise and experience and whatever, can you give us your best estimate or guesstimate as to how old these bruises are?
Can you be more specific?
Well, I don't know how.
Well, I don't understand the question. How old are they?
Oh, okay. Can you tell us, obviously, if these are a result of trauma, well, let me put it to you this way. If these are a result of trauma, are you saying that it must have happened after she was discharged from your care, from your hospital?
I did not say that. I simply stated that the bruising on the right arm is not consistent with anything that I assessed or noted at the time I took care of the patient.
All right. Are you saying that you would have noticed it had it been there? Or are you saying that you should have noticed it had it been there?
I'm saying that if there was anything that would have caused that amount of bruising, that I would have noticed it.
Well, surely if you have been bruised before, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Did you ever bump yourself or run against a table or bump your hip and all of a sudden you're getting out of the shower and you look down and you see it and you think, gosh, when did I do that? All of a sudden it's black and blue and you think back and it was 3 or 4 days ago. Has that ever happened to you?
That has happened to me, yes.
Okay, well, I'm not suggesting that you overlook these bruises, but it's been my experience, and I suspect your experience with bruises, that you get an injury and you don't see anything, maybe a slight swelling immediately, and then as the hours and the days go on, it gets worse and worse and worse until it finally peaks and starts to fade.
Well, it's been my experience that to cause the bruising that's that severe, that there would have been at that time a hematoma that would have been apparent. That would have been a large amount of localized swelling at the site that the trauma took place. And it would have taken 24 to 48 hours for it to become the apparent and severe throughout the entire arm.
Okay, now did you see Miss Routier on the 7th?
No, I did not.
Did you see her on the 8th?
No, I did not.
Okay, so your observations of her are, I guess, limited to from 5, as you described it, until 7.
That's correct.
Okay, and she wasn't up there and no one had called any attention to any bruising on her. Is that right?
Excuse me?
No one had said to you that she had been bruised. You didn't note that. That was not noted in the chart when you got her, and she didn't complain of bruises.
Well, I was the initial nurse that I did the initial assessment after she came out of the OR. And at that time, there was no bruising there and nothing that would indicate any trauma.
Okay. Did you examine her hands?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice anything remarkable on her hands? Either of her hands?
There was blood on her hands, dried blood.
Okay.
The very, very slight seemed like a very slight cut, possibly on the left hand, I believe.
Did you note that in your chart?
That was not noted.
How do you know it wasn't noted?
Well, I don't recall seeing that in the chart.
Have you been over your chart?
I have been. I have since looked at the chart, yes.
And when did you last look at the chart?
Tuesday.
Tuesday?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go through her entire chart?
No.
Just looked at the 2-hour window that you had?
I looked at the entries that I made on the focus notes.
Okay. So you know that you didn't note the injuries to her hand.
Correct.
Why is that?
There was what looked like a very minor paper cut to the hand.
Okay, okay. Did you notice any other injuries to her hands?
No, I did not.
Okay. You said she was bloody?
Yes.
Did she have blood on her arms?
No, she had blood on her hands, fingers and hands.
And you're telling the jury that somebody had apparently cleaned her arms and had not cleaned her hands.
I'm not telling them that. I'm just telling them that the only thing that she had on her when I saw her was blood on her hands.
Okay.
And fingers.
And I guess you've told us that you weren't attending to other patients. So other than the paperwork that you had to handle, I assume before got off work, she was your only patient.
Correct.
All right. Any reason you didn't wash your hands?
That was not a priority at the time.
Well, so the paperwork was the number one priority?
The paperwork. Once she is stable, when we assess her and determine that she's stable, her vital signs are stable, then yes, we need to have our charting and paperwork done.
And that's what you're primarily concerned with?
And also to review the orders. They come out from the OR with a list of orders from the physicians, which we have to check very carefully.
Didn't say anything about cleaning her hands in the physician orders, I guess.
No.
Okay. Obviously I don't have your vast experience, but I couldn't assess if someone's hands was bloody. The first thing I would do is wash it off and see if it was her.
Judge, we'll object to what Mr. Mulder might do.
Well, I'm suggesting to you.
Well, I think that's overruled. I'll let him ask the question. Go ahead.
Well, again, I don't have your vast experience, but if I saw blood on somebody's hand, I'd probably think maybe their hand was cut. So what I would probably do was wash their hand and I could assess it then. I wouldn't just eyeball it and say bloody hand. I don't understand why you didn't clean the hands.
Again, that was not the priority. And as far as the blood on the hand, her hand was not completely covered with blood.
Oh, now it just had some blood on it?
No, her hand was not completely covered with blood. She had blood on the hand, and I never stated that it was covered with blood.
Okay, but so you could tell that? What could you tell from that? Just tell us. Her hand wasn't totally bloody?
I don't understand your question.
Well, so you were the one that said that she had blood on her hands?
Correct.
Okay, I asked you simply how you could assess it without washing the blood off, and you said it wasn't a priority.
Washing the blood off was not a priority.
Okay, did she have blood on her arms?
Not that I recall.
Well, they wouldn't bathe her arms while she was being operated on, would they?
Well, I don't know what they did when they operated on her.
Okay. Well, they said when she came into the emergency room, she was covered in blood. They wouldn't bathe her en route from the operating room to your room, would they?
Again, I have no knowledge of what was done between the time the patient was admitted to the hospital and they came to me in the intensive care unit.
Are you saying that she didn't have blood on her arms?
I'm saying the only blood I recall was on her hands.
Did she have blood on her feet?
She did not, that I recall.
Well, is that a kind of definite maybe?
I do not recall blood on her feet.
Okay. Are you saying that you looked at her feet?
Yes.
Okay. And you're telling the jury under oath that she had no blood on her feet?
Correct.
All right. I just want to make sure we understand each other. It is safe to say 2.5-page affidavit that you were asked to write.
Correct.
Okay, actually, the only thing that it says in there, and I will hand it to you so that you can make sure that what I say is accurate. But if I read that thing right, the only thing that it says in there is that she responded to was a description.
Well, Judge, I'll object to this as improper impeachment. If he got a quarrel with something that's in the affidavit, he can go specifically to it, but characterizing the affidavit is improper impeachment.
Sustained.
Let me just ask you, is there anything other that she describes in there other than what the assailant was wearing, and she talks about the jewelry not being stolen
In this particular affidavit,
in the affidavit that you wrote?
that is what I stated in the affidavit. No, sir.
Okay, so the only thing you just talked about the police being methodical with her and starting at the beginning in a description of the assailant?
Again, Judge, I'll object to just generally describing the affidavit. If he wants to put it in evidence, that's fine, but that's improper impeachment.
I'll sustain the objection.
Judge, this is past recollection recorded.
Thank you.
I'm entitled to go into it.
Well, let's ask the next question then. Thank you.
Did you put anywhere in your notes or in the affidavit anything about Miss Routier having a flatness of effect?
No, I did not.
That's just something that you remembered. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. People deal with grief in different manners, don't they?
Yes.
Is it fair to say?
Fair to say that they do that.
And, I don't know what tragedy you may have experienced in your lifetime, but certainly you have been in contact with those who have experienced tragedy. And they can be up one minute and down the next, and the flat the next. And it just runs the gamut of human emotion, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know if you can characterize it completely that way, but it varies.
Well, that is 95% correct. What I said, wasn't it?
Well, I can't comment.
I believe that's all, thanks.
Anything, Mr. Shook?
Judge, we will offer State's Exhibit 55.
Any objection?
Judge, it's improper and it's bolstering, but I don't have an objection to it. And he knows it's improper. And you should admonish him for doing that.
Well, Judge, we would like a legal objection.
Well, are you going to object or not?
No, sir. I don't have an objection. In fact, I was thinking about putting it in myself.
All right. Well, thank you. State's Exhibit 55 will be admitted.
I don't have any further questions.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. You're under the rule, which simply means don't discuss your testimony with anybody who has testified. Don't compare it. You may talk to the attorneys for either side. If someone tries to talk to you about your testimony, please tell the attorneys for the side who calls you. Thank you. Have a nice trip back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, by agreement, we will break now until 1 o'clock for lunch. Thank you. Who is the next witness?
This is actually the next, when they come back. Okay, so let me get the other one. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. Who's the next witness? Go ahead.
Who's the next witness? Phyllis Jackson or Paige Campbell?
The state calls Phyllis Jackson.
All right, bring the jury in, please.
All right, let me get Phyllis Jackson real quick. I mean, I might have to go to the bathroom real quick. Anybody take a bathroom break real quick, and then this will be our last thing. Are you able to do one more or no, Libra? I know it's getting late. If you can't,
This is 25 pages.
Oh, the next one is 30. Oh, why does mine say 37?
Yeah, I don't know. I've got 25
Are you on
mine.
Yeah, 25. Are you on Phyllis Jackson?
Yes,
oh, I skipped Phyllis. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got Phyllis. Okay, Phyllis is 25. Yeah. It's up to you. What do you think, Libra?
I think we can get through it real quick.
Okay.
Push through, and then I've got to go to bed so I can get up in the morning.
Well, why don't you guys I'm going to go to the restroom, but you guys can just do it because I won't be in next. It just won't scroll, but it sounds like you guys are reading from your own thing anyway, aren't you? Oh, never mind. Boulder does come in on that. All right, just go ahead. I'll wait.
No, go pee then.
Oh, I feel bad. All right, I'll be back.
Self-care, ladies. Self-care.
So we should find out who Phyllis Jackson is while we're doing this. Do you know, Libra?
It says she is employed by Baylor Healthcare System Police Department.
So I wonder if she's like secure.
She's hospital police.
Hospital police.
Popo.
Corporal with Baylor Hospital Police.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Let me just call out to the dude, make sure he's going to feed the dog soon. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Are you feeding the dog? Odin needs to probably go to the bathroom. He's getting anxious in here. Okay. You okay, buddy? You're okay. Sit down. You're going to ruin everything. Okay. He might disconnect. Oh, stepping on everything here, buddy. Yeah. You're going to go backyard soon. So, oh, that was quick, Tiff.
Okay.
That was quick.
Get my earphones. I can't hear you until I get them on. Okay. All right.
That was quick.
I was quick. I feel bad. I know because it's getting late. Plus, I'm going to do another live, and I know you guys.
Hey,
what's up?
Zap, you need to look at chat right now because we got somebody in here telling people to put up or shut up.
What?
What?
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay. Let me see.
I just noticed it out of the corner of my eye.
They said put up or shut up.
Put up or shut up because they said somebody could get information from an Open Information Act. You know, put up or shut up. Somebody else is saying, did you just tell me to shut up? So, not cool. We don't tell each other to shut up in here. That's inappropriate, unacceptable. It's open and healthy discussion for adults, but telling people to shut up and things of that nature. And this is not the first time that I've seen this particular person tell somebody to shut up. So if you don't like it, boot yourself out.
Yeah, I don't even see it, but I believe you. I just don't see it on.
It's the last time that you will be told. I'm giving you the warning. Last time. Mods, please kick him out.
Keep an eye on him.
Kick him out.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, don't tell anybody to shut up. That was one of the things I saw in the last chats where people were telling people to shut up and they're idiots and they're stupid.
Yeah, and that is the same exact person who had done that before.
Oh, geez.
Okay, and I understand that he is not a Darlie supporter. I get that. You're welcome to be here. You can listen. You can participate actively in the chat. Please do not tell other subscribers to shut up. Don't tell them anything like that. If you don't like it, exit. You have an X bar all day long. Exit and get out of here because we are not going to put up with it.
Alrighty. You took care of it. Good job, Libra.
Dude, I just have no patience for it anymore. Seriously. It's ridiculous. We are all adults here. We can all have healthy conversation. Let it go.
The mods are saying he's fine.
Okay.
Okay, guys, just get along.
Okay, just get along. I didn't see what happened exactly, but just try to don't call anybody stupid. And you got to remember these other opinions. Even the person that thinks they know everything, you don't know for sure. Like we don't trust one side, you don't trust the other side. We all have our own opinions. We could say the same thing to you guys, like you're stupid. No, that's not what happened. Like nobody knows. Like we're just having our own opinions, and you don't know for sure. I know a lot of these people think they know for sure, and no, nobody knows for sure. I don't even nobody knows except the people that were there. I don't trust one side. I really don't. And obviously there's some people that don't trust the other side, and that's totally fine. I'm not going to tell you you're stupid for not trusting them. We have our opinions, and that's just how I feel. And you're fine to feel the other way, but you just can't talk to people like that.
Okay. Somebody said that he wasn't like meaning it in a rude way, but he was just saying it. And I mean, I just happened to look up at chat, and here I see shut up again. And it's like, no.
Okay. Well, all right. Let's continue. Okay. Let's do this.
Okay. Miss Jackson, how are you employed?
I'm employed by Baylor Healthcare System Police Department.
Okay. And you're a police officer with them?
Yes,
Wait,
sir.
will you guys
I'm-
wait 1 second?
Sure.
Because I have to put the thing in, and it'll take away the screen because I have to share my screen. Hold on.
No
I have
problem.
to change the person. So this is Phyllis Jackson. Okay, 1 second. It'll take me 1 second. I just have to change the banner. Phyllis Jackson. What is Phyllis Jackson? Do you know offhand?
She's a corporal.
She's a corporal patrol police officer for the Baylor Health Police Department.
Corporal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want me?
Oh,
It's a hard word to spell off the top of your head.
okay, hold on 1 second. Corporal Phyllis.
Unless you're in the military. I think if you're in the military, maybe you like are good at spelling corporal, but it's always been a hard word for me to spell by memory.
I hope I spelled it right. If what I remembered, I think that's how you spell it.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay. All right, let's do this.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm employed by Baylor Healthcare System Police Department.
Okay. And you're a police officer with them?
Yes, sir. I'm a corporal in patrol.
How long have you been with them?
6 years.
Does Baylor Hospital have its own police department?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, and what is your jurisdiction?
Anywhere on the Baylor Healthcare System property, whether it's in Dallas or any of the affiliates that are nearby.
Okay, they have more than just one central location, is that right?
That's correct.
About how big is your department?
We have about 50 sworn officers.
Okay, and you've been with them 6 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me ask you, if you were on duty on June 6th, 1996,
Yes, sir, I was.
what time did you come on duty?
That evening, I came on about 10:15
Okay,
on the 5th.
okay, so that would be the 5th of June.
Correct.
And where were you assigned?
In the Roberts building.
Okay, and what were your duties there?
To patrol the floors, just walk through, check doors, make sure everything is locked up, relieve other officers for breaks if necessary.
Okay, sometime in that early morning hours, were you contacted to help assist with some witnesses and some victims?
I went down to the emergency department and one of the fellow officers told me of the Routiers being at the hospital and he needed a break, so I relieved him for a break.
Okay, and about what time was that?
It was about 4:45.
In the morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you meet Darren Routier at that time?
Yes, sir, I did.
And where was he located when you met him?
He was in family room number 1 outside the emergency department.
And how was he dressed?
He had on blue jeans and a white t-shirt.
Okay. Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit State number 54 and ask you if you can identify that Polaroid photo.
Yes, sir.
Is that a photo of Darren Routier?
Yes, it is.
How he appeared that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll offer State's Exhibit 54.
What is that number, Mr. Shook?
Number 54.
Thank you. All right.
No objection.
All right. State's Exhibit 54 is admitted.
Shortly thereafter, did you come to meet some Rowlett detectives?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and did you take them to a certain location in the hospital?
Yes, sir. After Officer Avalar returned from break, I escorted Detective Patterson and Frosh from the Rowlett Police Department up to 2 South ICU.
Okay, and what was that at that particular location?
They wanted to interview Mrs. Routier.
Okay, and did you take them actually into her room?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who
I
was
have a
present
question.
there?
Hey, Libra, is there any other way you could scroll down? Because people are not liking that noise when you're is there any way to scroll down without pushing that button? It's
No.
making like a big loud like.
No, I can just read it off the TV if you want. I'm sorry.
Off the
No,
screen.
you don't have a scroll button on your mouse?
No, it's built in.
Oh, that's
know
why
what I
it's loud. You're in the
mean? Like on my
laptop built
laptop.
in. Okay, those things make
Yeah.
that big boing. Okay.
Sorry.
I don't know. I mean, that's up to you. It is loud, and then people in chat are really annoyed with it now. So I don't know
I'm
what to do.
sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I'll just read it off of the TV screen. Then it
Yeah, but
might be a
hard
slight
for you?
delay. No, it might be just a slight delay, but that's about it. Okay, so who was present there?
Chris Wilgoss, he's an RN.
Okay.
He was there. Sheila Jackson, she's a night administrator. She was inside the room. She asked me to come in to discuss media and stuff if they showed up at the hospital.
Okay, so did you talk to Mrs. Jackson at that time?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did the Rowlett detectives begin to talk to Miss Routier?
Yes, sir, they did.
Did you stay in the room for any length of time after that?
I was in the room and then I had to leave on some calls and then I came back to the room.
So you were in and out of the room?
Yes.
Okay, and how close were you to the detectives and Mrs. Routier?
Initially, when I went in, I was about 20 feet away, but upon leaving and re-entering, probably as close as 7 feet.
Okay, were you able to observe her and the detectives?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to hear the conversation they were having?
Parts of it.
When you were in the room?
While I was in the room.
And not occupied with something with Miss Jackson?
That's correct.
Okay. What was Mrs. Routier? What was her appearance at the time?
She was awake, orientated. She answered and the questions that the officers asked.
Did she seem to understand the questions they were asking?
Yes, she did.
Okay, were you able to hear her answers as to some of the questions they asked her?
Yes, I was.
Okay, were you there when she talked about how this attack had occurred?
Yes, sir. On what I heard was when she said that she woke with a man on top of her.
That's okay. Did she say where she was when this happened?
And she described him as a white male with shoulder length, dark colored hair, and she said they struggled. And as he fled, she picked up a knife and chased him to the garage area.
Okay, did she said this man was on top of her when she woke up?
That's correct.
Okay, did she say where she was when this happened?
She said she was in the living room, that her and her two sons had fell asleep in front of the television that evening.
Okay, had she said why they were sleeping downstairs or anything like that you recall?
She had said that she'd been sleeping downstairs for about a week because she had been real restless and she didn't want to keep waking Mr. Routier up.
Okay, and then she chased this man out and he dropped the knife, is that right?
She said she'd picked the knife up and chased him. And when she realized she was wounded, she came back and had laid the knife on the kitchen countertop.
Okay, what's the next thing that you remember her telling them?
She said Mr. Routier came to the top of the stairs and then that he came downstairs.
Okay, and then what happened?
The next thing I remember is she was saying that she wore rings on all 10 of her fingers, and she described most of them in specific detail, that she had taken them off earlier that evening and laid them on the kitchen countertop.
Okay, so she had rings on earlier on every finger and put them on the kitchen countertop?
Yes, sir.
And what was her description of the rings?
There was one she said she wore on her forefinger that was a quarter carat, and then some of the others were described as clusters of gems set in gold.
Okay, and then the description of the attacker was a white male?
Yes, sir. She said a white male, shoulder length dark hair, wearing a ball cap.
Okay, and did she go into any other detail about him other than that?
She said that Detective Frosh was in the room. She said that the assailant was about the same build as Detective Frosh.
Okay, did she have him face one way or the other when she was doing that?
Well, she said she could not describe his face, that all she could describe was from the back. So Detective Frosh had turned around, and she said that he was about the same build.
About the same build, same size?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did she say anything about any windows being opened, anything like that?
Yes, sir. She said the window in the garage had been opened due to the cat being out in the garage because the cat was in heat.
Okay, the Rowlett detectives, how did they ask questions?
They did an interview, how you interview any victim of any crime, just trying to figure out what had happened in the home.
They weren't interrogating her?
No, sir, not at all.
Anything like that, were they?
No, sir.
Was it a pretty long and methodical process?
They kind of went with, at the beginning, the parts that I heard, from the beginning towards till, the paramedics and all that got there, and they just asked questions and she answered them. Or sometimes, she might have made another statement and they went from there.
You weren't in the room for the entire interview, were you?
No, I was not.
Object to leading.
Sustained. Let's phrase our questions properly, please.
And the later.
Oh, she's cutting out. Hey, you're cutting out. Hello?
Can you hear me?
You sound like, what does it sound like to you? To me, I can't.
She's underwater. That's what it sounds like.
What
It
happened?
might be, yes, that's good. It just
Okay.
might be your headphones or something.
Okay.
Okay. Can you
Wait,
hear me
keep
now?
talking. Yeah, let's try it
All
and
right.
see if it.
And
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, sir, they did.
Oh my.
6.
Okay. Do you remember that month?
Ooh, no. It's worse now.
Mm.
You just told what the what happened? What's different? Is something running out of battery, maybe?
I don't know. Maybe.
Now you sound fine when you're saying I don't know.
Yeah. Then when you start
Can
reading.
you hear me now?
Yeah.
I feel like a Verizon wireless commercial right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Why is it when you start reading it sounds all weird? I'm gonna try it. Oh, it's weird again. Huh.
Okay, hold on. Let me switch headphones. How about that? Apples. I'll just switch headphones and we'll go from there.
Is chat being good?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I just wish what was I gonna say? I don't even know what I was gonna say. I started saying I wish and then I forget in the middle of I wish. I don't know. Oh yeah, what were you, Libra, when our first half of the thing, what were you using then? That was perfect. Are they charged up, whatever you were using? I don't know what exactly your setup was, but it was a lot better at the beginning. She's swimming underwater. I know, it's weird. Robotic. I was about to say you sound like a robot. That's what I was going to say.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess let's try it again. Oh, she's.
Did we lose her?
Yeah, but she probably did it on purpose to come back in because sometimes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, it was like underwater.
Man, I wonder how long this is going to take. You guys, for all my night owls, I'm going to be doing a live after this.
What are you going to do a live on?
I just want to. I'm just gonna wait. It's the Watts case, but it's just something that I have to do because of something that's going around now.
Surprise.
It's kind of
a
another
surprise.
debunking type thing. No, it's not really. It's just something that I don't know. I just have. I probably won't be liked for it. I probably get a lot of backlash, not because I'm doing anything wrong. I just want the truth out there, and there's just something that's going around that I totally 100% disagree with, and I just want to address it. That's all.
I'm so curious. I can't wait.
There's no expectation. You might be disappointed.
Stop.
I hate.
I
when
love
people
you. Oh my god. Even if we don't
Aw.
if we don't agree on something, I don't care. Like, come on. I love you. I adore you. I think that come
Aw.
on. Yeah. I'm
Alright.
gonna have expectations. I'm like actually excited.
I know. I just don't want to let you down. They're excited, and you're like,
No,
"Oh, what's this?"
stop it.
Alright.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Okay. Libra, are you a robot
Can you-
still?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. But I won't be convinced until we hear you read this and see what it sounds like. It seems like when you start reading the
Okay.
transcripts is when it all goes weird.
Oh my goodness. Okay. We're at 6, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Do you remember when that was?
You sound good, by the way.
Yeah.
Thank
Well, it
goodness.
was, yeah. Well, it was a few days after the night of the meeting it was a few days after the night of the meeting her on June 6th.
Did you do that for them?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay.
What did he do? Okay.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 56 and ask you if that's a copy of the affidavit you gave.
Yes, it is.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
All right.
Can I see that exhibit? Thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay. So now cross-examination. Okay. You said the detectives, Mrs. Jackson,
Yes, sir.
contacted you a few days after this incident,
Yes, sir.
and you gave them a statement that day.
Not that particular day. That affidavit is the date on it where I signed it was when it was notarized.
Okay. Well, did you type up the statement or did they type up the statement?
I typed it up.
You typed it up yourself.
Yes, sir.
I take it you typed it from notes that you made. Him and these notes. He cracks me up with these notes. Go ahead, sorry.
Your flip book. What was it? Your flip book.
I think every witness he asks about some kind of notes. Did you take notes? Is this from your memory? Is there notes? Notes. But yeah, the note flip. The cops have what is it called? A whip out book or something?
A whip out book.
It's his handy dandy notebook.
Yeah, from.
Blue's
Oh my god! You're the one that said that before, huh? The Blue's Clues, yeah.
Yep, his handy dandy notebook.
Okay. I used to watch that actually. Go ahead. Sorry.
I typed it up from memory.
You typed it from memory?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you have it notarized at or about the time you gave the statement?
I had it notarized when I took it to the Rowlett Police Department.
And I assume they contacted you and said, give us statement, and you got back to them in your usual prompt fashion?
Yes, sir.
The statement is dated sometime in July, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's what you meant by a few days later?
No, sir. They contacted me before the 3rd of July.
Okay. Well, at any rate, your story is that you took no notes.
It was not my investigation.
Right.
So no, sir, I did not take any notes.
And who else was in that room at that time?
Chris Wheelgoss.
Okay.
He's an RN.
Was he taking notes?
Well, you know why they ask this, though, in all fairness? Because what they write in their notes and then what they're testifying to is two different things. And like he has to keep taking them back to the notes. Like that's not what you wrote in your notes, though.
Wow. Yeah, that's good point. Good point.
He was tending to her medical needs.
What was he doing? If you could tell us.
He was sitting near her bedside, and occasionally she had some kind of monitor or something hooked up, and he would tell her not to, move her arm or something.
How many times did that happen?
A few times.
2 or 3 times?
About 3.
About 3 times. And he would tell her, don't move your arm. You're setting off the alarm.
Yes.
Okay. What else was he doing?
I believe he was charting. I'm not sure.
Making notes about what she was saying?
I don't know.
Okay.
I was not near him. I was on the further side of the room than he was on the further side of the room than where I was, so I was not overlooking his shoulder, seeing what he was doing.
I take it was a room about this size?
It's not quite this large.
Not? It's for 4 people, so it wouldn't be quite this big?
Well, it's for 4 people, but it's still not quite this large.
Gosh, 4 people. They would have plenty of room, wouldn't they?
Well,
In a room this size?
okay, I don't understand your question.
How big was this room? You said it wasn't quite this size.
The ICU pods are just a little beyond the doors there, not all the way to the back.
How many beds in each pod?
Just 4?
4. And were there any other people in the other beds?
No, sir.
Okay. How many of y'all were in this room at the time you say you were there?
About 5 of us.
Okay. Who were they?
Well, 6 of us.
Okay.
Mrs. Routier, Detective Patterson, Detective Frosh, Sheila Jackson, and Chris Wilgoss.
Sheila Jackson?
Yes, sir.
And who was she?
She's a nursing administrator. She's a nurse who is the nursing administrator at nighttime at Baylor.
Okay. And why was she there?
She was there because that's anytime media is expected at all, incidents when media is expected, she will go. And when she wanted to talk to the police officers to see if they knew if her name had been released yet and if the hospital had been released.
Did she stay there for the entire time?
No, sir. She was in and out as well.
She was in and out, and you were in and out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, what was Sheila?
Jackson.
Where does Sheila Jackson's office?
She offices now on the first floor of Truett.
Where was she officing at that time?
Not exactly sure. They just relocated the offices. So I'm not real sure if she was on the first floor of Roberts or on the first floor of Truett.
Was Miss Jackson taking notes?
No, she was not.
Okay. Was Mr. Wilgoss taking notes?
I do not know what Mr. Wilgoss was doing.
Okay. You said he was charting.
I believe he looked like he had a chart in his hand, but I don't know what he was doing for sure.
Okay. Do you know if the Rowlett police officers recorded this conversation that was had?
I do not know.
Okay. Well, did you see a video camera there?
I did not see any type of recording device.
Okay. So you're telling us that there was not a video camera?
I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you that I do not know. I did not see any type of recording device.
Well, I mean, that's something that you would see if it was there, isn't it?
If it was a tape recorder, it could be in a pocket.
Okay. But how about a video recorder? That couldn't be in a pocket, could it? And do much good?
No, sir, I didn't see one.
Okay. You didn't see a video recorder.
No, I did not.
And you don't know anything about, or at least you didn't see a tape recorder where it was exposed.
Correct.
Okay. Were either of the detectives taking notes?
Yeah, I believe they were.
Okay. You were, I think you said 7 feet from the bed. Is that right?
That's correct.
But you weren't taking notes. You're sure of that?
I'm sure of that.
Okay. And which of the detectives were taking notes?
Detective Frosh.
All right. And did you see him actually taking notes?
I saw him take right in what we call a whip out book.
In a whip out book? Do you carry a whip out book too?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you had your whip out book with you at that time?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. But it wasn't your investigation, so no reason for you to take notes.
That's correct.
All right. Were you there when they were initially arrived and began this interrogation?
Yes, sir, I was.
And then you left at some point?
I left and I returned.
All right. How long had you been there when you left?
Probably between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay. And how long did this entire interrogation last?
It was the interview. I'm not exactly sure, but I would say at least 30 minutes.
Okay. All right. Now, when you were you there when it ended?
I was outside in the hallway
What were you doing out there?
talking to Mrs. Jackson again.
Okay. You had lost interest in the interview?
It was not my investigation. I was trying to take care of the hospital needs and not our needs. And they had asked if we could get Miss Routier a pair of scrubs
Okay.
to put on, and that's what I was trying to do.
You were asking Sheila Jackson about some scrubs.
Yes, sir.
Does she handle the scrubs as well as the publicity?
She handles everything administratively at Baylor at nighttime.
Okay. Now, where did you go when you left?
Which time?
How many times did you leave?
A few times.
Is that 2 or 3 or 4?
I was in and out of the room several times, probably about 30 times.
About 3 times.
Yes.
Where did you go the first time you left?
I had a call to respond to.
Okay.
It was a disturbance in the emergency department.
Oh, there was a disturbance in the emergency department?
Yes, sir.
And so you went down there.
I headed that direction and then it was canceled.
Okay. How far did you go?
I got down to the basement.
Okay. From what floor was this on?
2nd floor.
Okay. You got, I assume, walk down the hall to the elevators.
That's correct.
Is that what you did?
Yes, sir.
And I assume you had to wait for an elevator.
They run pretty quickly at nighttime.
Maybe your experience is different from mine.
Well, during the daytime, it's different.
Well, during any time?
Well, during daytime, you can't get them, but at nighttime, the service elevator goes pretty quickly.
Especially when you're in a hurry. But at any rate, you got in an elevator
Yes.
and got down to the basement.
Yes.
How many floors down is that from the 2nd floor? Is it 3 or 4?
It would just be the first floor is beneath the 2nd, and the basement is below that.
Just one basement level?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to the emergency room?
No, I did not.
So you had a radio with you, I assume.
That's correct.
So you're in this interview room and your radio is there that can be activated. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you left in response to your activated radio.
That's correct.
And did you pick it up and check out?
Yes,
Say, I will be down there?
I did.
About how long did that take?
Not very, just a matter of a few minutes. Once I got to the basement, they said, cancel. Everything was under control.
I assume you're out of the elevator by that time.
I had just exited it.
Well, you had to push the button and wait for an elevator again, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then you go back up to this room where they're having the interview
Uh-huh.
on a matter that's not of your concern. That's your story. Is that right?
It's not a matter of an investigation that my department was investigating.
Okay. Well, the only thing you were supposed to do was show the police officers where she was.
I was showing them where she was, and I was going to bring them back down when they needed to come back down.
You didn't think they could find their way out of there?
It's a big hospital. They were not familiar with the hospital.
Okay. What I asked you was, you didn't think they would be able to find their way out of there.
No, I didn't.
Okay. So at any rate, you went back up. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And how long were you there before you left again?
Probably 10 minutes.
You were there about 10 minutes?
Probably 10 minutes.
Were they asking her questions or was she just narrating this?
They had asked a few questions, and a few times she would add to whatever they asked.
Okay. And at this time, were you still some 20 feet away from her?
No, sir, I was a little closer.
Did you go up there and say, excuse me, but I had an emergency here and had to leave, and could somebody bring me up and wait on what's happened in the 5 or 10 minutes I've been gone?
No, sir.
You didn't do that?
No, sir.
Well, did you look on Mr. Frost's notes to see where he was?
No, sir, I did not.
And again, you didn't take notes.
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. And how long were you there before you had to leave again?
I just said 10 minutes.
Okay. Where did you go when you left this next time?
Out into the hallway.
All right. And what was your purpose in doing that?
At the time, Mrs. Jackson was out in the hallway and she'd asked me if she could speak to one of the investigators.
All right. And what did you tell her?
I told her I would see what I could do for her.
Okay. That didn't take long, I wouldn't guess, did it?
No,
Okay. A minute, 2 minutes,
3.
3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you duck back in
Yes, sir.
and, excuse me, I don't want to interrupt, but could one of you step out in the hall?
Well, Detective Patterson was looking my way, so I asked if he could speak to the administrator.
Okay. And did he?
Yes, he did.
Okay. He was the one who wasn't taking notes.
That's correct.
Okay. So he went out in the hall.
Yes.
You saw him go out there.
Yes.
Did you go out there with him?
Yes, I did.
And what did you all talk about out in the hall?
Media. If it had been released that she had been brought to Baylor Hospital and about getting Mr. Routier scrubs at that point.
Get him Mr. Routier scrubs.
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't in charge of scrubs.
No, sir.
Who wanted to get him scrubs?
Detective Patterson. Well, he didn't say scrubs, but just something else to wear.
Okay. They wanted his clothes, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would give him scrubs rather than just handing him a blanket or a towel or whatever?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And all right. So did you duck back into the room?
I remained in the hallway with Detective Patterson and Mrs. Jackson while they were there.
How long was that? How long did that take?
Just a few minutes.
All right. Did you locate some scrubs for him?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you go get them?
No, sir, I did not.
Was somebody sent for them?
Yes, sir, someone was.
All right. Where was Mr. Routier at that time?
He was still down in the family room by the emergency department,
That would be down on what floor?
the basement.
Okay. Had you seen him when you were down there to attend to the scuffle in the emergency room?
I did not go to the scuffle in the emergency room.
No, I know you didn't, but
I had seen.
he wasn't in the emergency room. He was in the family room, wasn't he?
That's correct. But I didn't make it all the way down there.
Well, the family room is next to the emergency room or in that area, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
But it's not near the elevators.
Okay. Did you back into the pod?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And
Or actually, I just kind of stood in the doorway.
was the doorway open?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And how about Mr. Patterson? What did he do?
He went back around by her bedside.
Okay. Where was he in relation to her bedside? Would you tell us where Mr. Patterson was?
Near her feet, not way down on the end, but on that. If she's lying on the bed, he was on her left side, down towards the end of the bed.
Okay.
Not at the end of the bed, but
Were her feet
the-
covered? Oh, sorry. Did I just cut you off? Go ahead.
it's okay. But the side over there.
Were her feet covered?
Yes, they were.
What were they covered with?
They were covered with a sheet.
Okay. Did you see her hands?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you notice anything unusual about them?
No, I did not.
When I say unusual, I mean, were they, for example, bloody?
No, they weren't.
Okay. You're sure about that? I assume you have fairly keen senses of observation.
Yes, sir.
You're sure about the hands being not bloody?
Yes.
That's something a trained investigator like you would remember, isn't it?
I'm not an investigator, sir.
Well, you're a trained
Patrol officer.
pardon.
I'm a patrol officer.
All right. Well, patrol officers investigate from time to time, don't they?
Initially.
Okay, but you're trained as an observer, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
In fact, that's what you were there for. You were there to learn, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're telling us that you're telling this jury under oath you remember her hands not being bloody.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you remember any marks on her?
She had bandages on her,
Where did she have the bandages?
on her neck and on her right arm.
Okay, and where was the bandage on the right arm, if you recall?
It was right about here.
Okay. Have you seen photographs of it since?
Yes, sir, I have.
And who showed you those photographs?
Prosecutor Shook.
Okay. And when did he do that?
I believe I saw them on Tuesday.
This is Thursday.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when it was Tuesday?
Around noon.
At the YO?
Yes, sir.
Is that where you're staying?
Yes, sir.
When did you come down here?
Monday.
Okay. In preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you had plenty of time?
More than enough.
All right. Had you seen pictures at any other time?
No, sir.
Okay.
Other than on TV.
You follow the case, have you not?
Kept up with it.
Well, just as we understand it wasn't your investigation because you don't do investigations, but you felt like you were kind of a part of it.
I was curious about it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have occasion to observe her arms in any more detail other than the bandage?
That was it.
Okay. Would you have noticed if her arms were bloody?
Yes, sir, I would have.
Okay. And you're telling us that you at least eyeballed her arms. And
when she was describing the rings she had her hands up.
Okay. That's when you could see that her hands weren't bloody.
That's correct.
And you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And at the same time, you examined her arms with your well-trained eye. Is that right?
Well, I was looking in her direction. Yes, sir.
You don't know whether or not she had blood on her feet, do you?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. Now, how long when you went back in for the third time?
I believe that's correct.
Actually, the fourth time you went into the room, you left 3 times. Were you going back in now?
I stayed more in the doorway, just waiting for the investigators to finish.
And where would I get the impression this is a big room. Is it as wide as this room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it wider?
I don't believe so.
That's curious. It's just the same width as this room.
No, not exactly, but it looks approximately.
So it was about square, was it? Back to where the man is?
Just a little beyond those doors.
Okay. Where was the room from where the door to the room from where her bed was?
Well, as you entered the doorway, her bed was there to the left. There's beds on either side, one here, one there, one there. Down the middle is a computer and a sink and all kinds of medical stuff.
Okay. So the fourth time you entered the room, and at no time did you say, "Hey fellows, I'm here to learn. Could you bring me up to date on what's going on?"
No, I did not.
Okay. And how long were you in there the fourth time you entered the room?
Until they came close to finishing up, probably about amount of time, it probably was at least 30 minutes while we were up there.
Okay. All right. You're saying from start to finish, it was probably 30 minutes. Is that right?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were there whatever time it took until they finished up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Mrs. Routier, did she cooperate with them?
Yeah, she was very cooperative.
Okay. Was she pleasant to them?
Yes, she was.
Okay. How long was Sheila Jackson in the room with y'all?
I'm not sure the length of time that she was in there.
Okay.
So I don't know if she remained in there or if she left or not. So I really don't know.
Okay. Was she there when you got back?
She was on that floor.
What does that mean?
Well, she was still in the ICU unit. I don't know if she was particularly in. If you're referring to the first time, she was still in the room. And then the other times after that, we were out in the hallway together. But I do not know the amount of time she spent in the room.
Okay. When y'all initially came up there, was she a part of the group that came up?
She was already in the room.
She was in the room.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was she in the room when you left to tend to the emergency?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was she in the room when you got back?
She was still in the room at the time, yes.
Okay. Was she still in the room when you left the next time? As a matter of fact, you left to go out in the hall to talk to her, didn't you?
Right. We went out there.
Did she motion you out or did she just call you out? Or
we just went out there.
Did you indicate to her you wanted to go out in the hall? Or did she indicate to you that she wanted to go in the hall?
I believe there was another staff member in the hallway that needed something from Mrs. Jackson. So she went out there and then I went out.
Okay. Did she call you out? I guess this is what I'm trying to figure out.
No, she didn't.
I mean, you just went out to, you weren't really interested in what was going on in the pod. So you went out. She's your boss. Is she your boss?
No, she's not.
Okay.
She's just a fellow administrator.
Just another employee.
Yes.
Okay. So you just decided you'd go out?
Needed to take care of the hospital business. And our hospital business is dealing with the media when they arrived.
That's part of your business too?
Yes, it is.
What do you do with the media?
We have specific areas that the media can come to. And so upon arrival, we check with them to make sure that they're aware of it and to make sure that they stay in the areas that they're supposed to.
It's not your job to release information to them.
That's correct.
Have you been down to the courthouse there in Dallas?
Many times.
Have you been down there regarding this case?
No, I have not.
Have you been down there as a witness in cases before?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And you were called down there by the district attorney's office?
Are you referring to this case or any other?
No, I'm just talking about case in general.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've worked with them, the security police out at Baylor, don't you?
Baylor has their own police department.
No, I know it, but you've worked for the district attorney's offices, like you work for the Dallas police and other police agencies, do you not?
That's correct.
I mean, that's a part of your job, isn't it? To cooperate with those different agencies?
Yes, sir.
And about how many times have you been down to the district attorney's office on other matters?
Countless times, a lot. I've been subpoenaed many times for...
How long have you been with the Baylor police?
I've been with Baylor 6 years. And prior to that, I was with Dallas County Sheriff's Office for about 4.5.
Okay. Where did you work in the sheriff's office?
I was a detention officer and I worked at intake, but there were numerous times while I was in intake that I had to go as a witness.
Okay.
So on important cases.
Okay. Detention is that sworn personnel.
No, sir.
Okay. When did you leave the Dallas Sheriff's Office as a detention officer?
July of 90.
July of 90.
Yes, sir.
And you went directly with Baylor?
That's correct.
Had lined up the job before you left?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Had you known Officer Patterson or Frosch before this?
I did not know them personally. I had never seen Detective Patterson. Detective Frosch I had recognized as we went through the police academy about the same time.
Okay. How long is that academy? Is that a 9-week program?
It was in an 11.5-week.
Okay. So you recognized him from the training, 11.5-week training program that you had been in.
I recognized him from being at the Regional Police Academy.
Okay. I believe that's all. Thank you.
Nothing further.
You may step down, ma'am. I assume this witness will be excused to return to Dallas.
Yes, subject to the agreement.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Judge.
All right, guys. Good job, everybody.
Yay.
So we are moving through this. How many more witnesses do we have? I'm just curious. Let's see.
Well, a lot.
Phyllis. Yeah, we still do. Cool. I can't wait till we get to Darlie. I've never read it, so I'm curious to see.
Me
and then
too.
even Darren and stuff. All right,
Darren.
cool.
Yes.
Yeah, Darren too. So wait a minute. Oh, the other Jody comes up next. There's 2 Jodys, remember? And there's next one is the other Jody.
I thought they did a mistake when she was like, there's Jody and then there's Jody. I'm like, she is mistaken. No.
No, because then they cleared it. They made sure they're like 2 Jodys.
Right.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for coming up.
You.
We will have to. I know I keep saying I want to try to do it twice a week, and it's always me that's I was editing. I did those 3 recorded videos that kind of took up my whole week. So yeah, let's try to. What is today's Thursday, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's try to. Oh no, we have to wait till Wednesday anyway. Well, Libra, at least you won't be available till Wednesday because you're.
I'll be home Wednesday night, and I'm gonna take lots of pictures and just have
enjoy
fun.
it.
I'm going to. I mean, my son's godmother is going to keep him for a little extra time over spring break, so that's awesome sauce. And I mean,
Adulting.
yes, yes, much needed adulting time.
Yes.
So.
All right. Well, yeah, have
Thank you,
fun.
guys.
Definitely take video, especially if you go to that haunted place or whatever, right?
Yeah, if they'll let me, I don't know if they'll let me take video during the paranormal investigation. I know that I was reading that they have like a paranormal tour that you're not allowed to take video. All you're allowed to do is bring a small flashlight and a camera. Now, as far
And then
as
take pictures and then take notes.
Yeah, take notes. Bring your own notes out.
I'll whip out my handy dandy notebook.
Oh my god.
Would we be okay with my digital voice recorder? Would that be better?
Yeah, do a video of all the EVPs you catch.
Yeah, that'd be
Do something. Yeah, let me know if you. I would definitely make sure you have a something recording just in case if something happens. You know.
I plan on it. I plan on taking something in there, but I think you might be a little bit more. I don't know if you're a little bit more, if it's a little bit more open with the 6-hour paranormal investigation. So, I mean, I'm just going to take all my equipment with me, and I guess I'll see what they say. I mean, hopefully they'll let me do it.
I see.
We can't wait. We're going to hear all about it when you get back next week.
I'm really, really, really raring to go. I'm so excited. So,
oh, well, have a safe trip, and thank you for coming on. And
yeah, thank you guys for having me. Thanks everybody in chat. I'm sorry I had some technical difficulties, but
don't worry.
Think we'll be all right.
You.
Nope, it's live. It happens. Have you ever seen my lives? That's always happening to me. Oh, all right. Well, thanks again, and I'm gonna end this, and then I'm gonna be hopping back on for another live, guys. So come check it out. It probably won't be like too long. I just want to address something, and then yeah, we'll just chat there. So come back, guys, if you're interested.
I'm so excited to hear it.
It's not.
Thank you, guys.
Bella, quit saying
no, don't.
Because it's not like a huge thing. It's just something that's going around now that I just looked into it, and I totally don't agree. So I just want to show like what I found and kind of say like I don't think this is right. But you know me, I just hope like the thing that I get nervous about. It's not like I'm trying to attack the creator or like have anything against any creators that I'm finding out like if they're wrong. But should I just let it go if I find out stuff? Shouldn't I address it? Because then people like in chat are like talking about it, and
I think it's kind of cool how you address it and you kind of go through and say, okay, look, this is what was put out there, this is what I found, and kind of debunk it. I think that's awesome, personally.
Yeah, I just get nervous about like some like depending on like if it's a creator, like like I just don't want them to think that I'm attacking the specific creators that I'm going against on some of these. But yeah, thank you. Okay, that gives me some confidence.
Yeah, I always enjoy when you get on there and you say, okay, this couldn't have been this because this is what we have. This is what backs me up. This is how I know. And it is what it is. I mean, if they're going to get upset that you're debunking what they have to say, then maybe they're going to have to work a little bit more on the things that they're presenting.
Fact checking.
And that's why I love doing these as a live, because like I'm always open. Like I could be wrong, and I just want you guys to look at what I'm seeing. Am I not like this is what I'm seeing? Like this doesn't look the same as hopefully everybody will be all right.
Yeah. And everybody's entitled to their own opinion. So I mean, I feel like you are well within your rights to say what you want to say, and I think that you do a great job. You're really respectful putting it forward. It's not like you're like, hey, you're wrong, and blah, 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 calling them out and going ape on them. So,
yeah, you're always respectful. You're always like just the facts. Like, nope. Yeah, I think you're really good at that.
Oh, thanks, guys.
And it's well received. Wasn't it even that one channel? Even Kim was like, I love zavgirl. She just like, I'm fine with her calling me out. Like she said she freaking loved you after you did something.
Oh, she did? I didn't know that. Wow. I didn't know that she said that. Okay. Huh.
Yeah. So I think like you do a really good job.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. I really do. You guys are doing a really good job. You guys are going to be regular guests because I like your guys's perception
Aw.
on things, and I just
Aw.
think, yeah,
Thank
this has
you.
been
Thank
fun. So,
you.
Yeah, thank you. And
um,
thanks to chat. I'm going to sign off so you can get on and so that Libra
Okay.
can sleep.
yeah,
Well,
Libra, go to
I'm gonna
sleep too.
I'm gonna put you on like and listen to you while I'm drifting off and dreaming about my vacation.
She's going to get on chat. Like she's going to get no sleep because she's going to hear something and like jump on chat.
No, my
No.
husband's home. See, when my husband's not home and he's working overnight, it's easier for me to do that. But if I pick up my phone, he's like, "Lady, what are you doing? We have to get sleep for tomorrow. Are you crazy? Go to bed. True crime is not going anywhere. There will be true
Oh, that's
crime
so-
tomorrow."
I've had a lot of people say that the others, their husbands are like, I'm their like mistress, not mistress. What are they? How do they describe it? Where they're like, oh, you're watching Zav again. You know that.
No, I was so bad the first night I got on to read transcripts. It's like I told my husband, he's like, "Are you gonna go to bed?" I'm like, "Yeah," and he's like, "Are you sure?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Promise you're gonna go to bed." I'm like, "I promise." And then like a few minutes later, you're like, "I need a volunteer." I'm like, "Dude, I'm wide awake."
Oh
Yes.
my God.
And then I was
Oh,
like,
wow.
"Hey, I got to get off here before my husband comes home so I can cook him breakfast." And I literally like slid off 4 minutes before he walked in the door, and I was like, "Good
Oh
morning."
my God.
Oh, wow.
I was slick. Slick.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
I
Well,
would be in trouble.
guys. Why do I keep yawning?
So.
The last week I cannot quit yawning when I'm on my walks and stuff. I've just been like constantly yawning. What the heck?
Is the weather nasty where you're at? Like
It
it's
was
been raining and
raining,
like
yep.
nasty here. And like I have just been feeling like dragging all day long. I'm extra tired. I'm just like, ugh.
Today has
And
been
I just feel like that when the weather is like out
Yeah.
of sorts.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's
I would
definitely-
love some rain, guys. We just got done with rain in California, but we need some more. So
Hey,
send
you
it
can
our
borrow
way.
the rain here, okay? You
Yes,
can totally
please.
have it. I would
All
be
right,
happy
guys.
with that. All right. Talk to you guys later.
Yeah. Have
Thank you,
fun,
guys.
guys.
Bye.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Bye, chat.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, chat. Bye. I am gonna go. I'll be back. I'm just gonna use the restroom again, just so because I've been drinking a lot of coffee. Maybe get a quick little snack. But then I already have my thumbnail already done, so because I was planning on doing this. So then I'll just hop back on. So it's just something that don't have these big expectations because now I'm gonna be nervous. It's just something now that you wanted a thing that's been going around this last week that I looked into and I just disagree with it. So I just wanted to kind of address it. But all right, so I will be back, guys, and thank you again, guests. You guys are awesome. And yeah, I will see you guys in a little bit.